Welcome, Space Nerds, to the Citizen Central podcast. We are back today. It's been a cool minute, but every month we like to try and get together with all of the folks, well, at least some of the folks, the best that YouTube and Twitch have to offer. I am joined by 4 creators to discuss what's going on with Star Citizen right now. 4.7 just came out, crafting is landing, mining is taking a big step up, armor, engineering, Aurora Mark II. Holy crap, there's a lot going on. So I thought I'd bring in some of the bestest of friends that I haven't gotten to talk to in a little while. Primo, actually. I think this is your first time coming on, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. So, this is going to be a good talk. Star Jump was actually going to join us today, but had to jump off real quick for the kids. Kids come first, as always, folks. We got to grow the garden. So, I'll be joined here by Primo, Red Monster, Ferrister, and we hope to have a wonderful, entertaining and informative talk for you today. I'm gonna give them a chance to introduce themselves first, though. You didn't come to hear me. So let's start with Primo, my friend. Can you tell the folks where you come from? What got you into Star Citizen? What did you come to this game to find?
Yeah, right on. So I'm Primo. Primo Says Things on YouTube. I do primarily narrative videos, specifically for, most notably for Red Dead 2 and then Star Citizen. I'm kind of a young person or a new player into the verse. I did not even hear about Star Citizen or CIG or Squadron 42 before 2025. So I was playing No Man's Sky, I just wanted to fly a ship. I just wanted to fly a spaceship. And I got into No Man's Sky. Great game. Wasn't for me at the moment. And started seeing some space game shorts here and there because of the No Man's Sky content. And finally found this really high definition game of somebody flying a spaceship. And figured out that was Star Citizen, and got into the game about mid-January, right after 4.0, and played it every day for 3 months. It was just had a romantic affair with it. It was an awesome game. So I come from MMOs of like World of Warcraft and stuff. Been playing World of Warcraft since 05. So Star Citizen has been absolutely mind-blowing. It's been wonderful to create content for. The community's been awesome. It's quite the community. So that's where I come from.
They get you with the graphics. They keep you with the community.
Once I saw those graphics and I saw somebody, you can fly a ship. Hey, I don't care about the bugs. This guy's flying a spaceship. I'm aboard.
Yeah. If I could fly through space buggy, it's better than not flying at all. Don't take that to heart, CIG. I am very interested, though, in hearing your perspectives today as we go through this conversation. Coming in after 4.0, it's like a very big shift from before 4.0, so that'll be interesting. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
We'll go in clockwise here. Obviously, I am next, and as you can tell, looking at that tomato here on the screen, I'm sure you noticed that the mouth is not moving. My camera's not working today, so I am just a picture for this one. So special shout out to Primo and Red Monster for being the sole cameras on the screen today. I'm sorry, guys. But Red Monster, how about you? Can you give the folks a little introspection into where you come from? What do you do for Star Citizen gameplay?
Yeah, so I've been streaming over 4 years now for Star Citizen, primarily focused on industrial gameplay. So that's mining. It's been salvage. Now it's going to be into crafting and base building. You can find me on Twitch or YouTube at RedMonsterSC. And been took a bit of a hiatus recently as I relocated my family across country, and we're getting settled in a new house, new state, and I'm getting my studio back up and running, and of course balancing my stream time with some honeydew projects, but we'll get that sorted. I'm excited to see the start of crafting and where it's going to go for the long term, talking about base building, the industrial, really, kind of portfolio coming together in a more focused ecosystem. So,
Okay, cool. And how'd the move go? Moving's never easy, dude.
oh man, yeah, I'm way too old for this crap. I also no, it was good. The process of finding a house and getting everything packed up. It's you don't realize how much stuff you accumulate, especially like my studio. I had purposefully designed my display case to be like to be disassembled, like kind of modular, and
Hmm.
yeah, I was glad to be able to take that. But it's I've got to paint the walls. I got a lot of stuff to do here, so it seems like
Oof.
the honeydew list goes and goes along with a new job. So it's a work in progress. I've got a couple more weeks before things are going to start to feel settled, but yeah, that's
Well, I'm happy it worked out, dude. That's
uh,
man,
yeah.
moving is rough. And
I'm loving the
just
new
to,
area. So
where'd you move to? What state you go to?
moved from basically Salt Lake, Utah, out to west of Portland. I'm in Beaverton, Oregon now. So
Oh, nice.
traded the high desert for a nice forest. So
Hey, I think we're on a closer time zone now. Very
oh yeah.
nice. Cool. Just to keep us on track with Primo, what brought you into Star Citizen?
So I had heard a coworker, like at the time I had just built a PC. I was playing like Diablo 3. And a coworker of mine was talking about this space game where, you could fly these spaceships around and it was like really ambitious. So I checked it out, and yeah, ended up buying the Mustang Alpha starter pack, and that was back in about 2014, 2015. So yeah, started then, was playing around for a little bit, and yeah, it got me hooked then. Just as far as seeing them releasing the persistent universe, getting our first views of Olisar and like the 2.63, what the bubble of Star Citizen was then, and yeah, I
Oh
kind
my
of stuck
gosh.
around with it for a while. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's man, that was a long time ago. Uh
Yes.
so was it mining that reached out to you and made you actually pull the trigger, or was it just the general game?
I mean, we really didn't have mining at that point at all.
Well,
It was just
the
general.
idea of the possibility of it.
The idea of an expansive universe I could go and explore and do my own thing in, right?
Okay.
That was the concept at the time, and they were starting to deliver because yeah, when we first got 2.63 or whatever, yeah, we had Port Olisar and there was a couple of moons. Like we had Security Port Korea, and you could potentially fly down to Selin, but yeah, it was very much a very small fishbowl. The fishbowl's expanded since then, but I was enamored by the vision of what it could be, the things you could do within that environment once they got it to the right broadness, I guess.
It's that's so you just kind of became the mining guy over time.
Yeah, it was something I started exploring as I was getting back into the game. I started, took a little bit of a break because of computer compatibility issues. That was, I think in the early 3.0 days. That was rough. But yeah, I got back into it and realized like I kind of enjoyed mining. It was a skill-based mini game that I appreciated. And yeah, I just decided to start making that kind of I wanted to have a chill Sunday afternoon or Saturday morning. So I started with a Saturday morning mining session. I realized I wasn't doing my yard work and stuff at home, so I switched it to Sunday and kept my Saturdays for that. But that's what it started off with, and that kind of stuck. So
Cool, dude. Well, I'm sure I'm not alone in saying glad to have you back making some mining content, and happy to have you on the show, dude.
yeah, thank you.
Ferrister, the most handsome mustache in Star Citizen. Tell us where you come from, dude.
Oh, I come from lots and lots of other games. I think I've been a backer in Star Citizen since 2014, so I have a long and complicated relationship with Star Citizen. I think at this point, I'm enjoying the game for what it is now, rather than what's missing or coming at some point in the future. Because when you've been following a game for nearly 12 years, the things that are coming in the future have been coming in the future for quite some time. Mostly in Star Citizen these days, I do industrial style stuff. So salvage is probably my favorite. I like hauling, a little bit of mining. Since the engineering patch, if my org are doing events, I like popping on and doing the engineer role and maybe some repairs. And sometimes I do a bit of ship combat, but I'm pretty much exclusively a PvE player. I tend to avoid other players. I'm too old for that now.
They will find you.
They might.
Got to fight them off, Fairster. And what would you say is what brought you to the game? Like, you joined back in 2014. What was it that like kind of tied you in?
I don't fully remember. I think it was reading an article about the dogfighting module that had just been released. So that was like Arena Commander before Arena Commander was even a thing. But then, like, once I got onto the website and I started to read about the vision, started to read the design documents, like, from then I was hooked on the idea of the game.
Okay. That's fair. Some people like to fight. I prefer, I'm a more peaceful person, you know, I'm a tomato. So, see you fast, Fairster. Well, those are all interesting testimonials on how you came to the game and what brought you to it. Now I'd like to move on to how good are they actually doing at delivering on that? There's a lot of stuff going on in Star Citizen right now. I think more stuff than generally is going on. After a kind of slow year last year with feature development, this year we see engineering coming in, crafting's coming in. They're dropping in another Mark II now, refining, fueling missions. Like, it's getting more interesting. But some people still have a problem. The dungeons that are coming in are still very combat focused. The crafting doesn't come in as deep as some people might like. There's always one way or another to go. So I'd like to hear from you guys how you feel they are doing in delivering that experience that brought you into the game in the first place. Do you feel like they're still headed in the right direction, or is it losing its way?
Yeah, maybe I'll take the first stab here. I feel like the experience and scale are kind of, they go hand in hand. They're doing one very well. The scale of what they're bringing in, I don't know how many of you have, last year they introduced the Hathor orbital laser platforms. How many have actually been able to play that and go through the full process? The experience itself is still a little bit problematic because the amount of effort, logistics that go into starting that up. But there is, I don't think there's anything cooler than to hit that big red button and watch an orbital laser shoot from space down and open up a hole. You know, the rewards I think need balancing, but the scale that I had bought into, I think they're delivering, right? And it's everything else is just balance. Same with the new QV breaker stations. We were able to go do that during PTU, and it's going to be something we'll go for during live. I mean, you start working through one of these stations, and it's got an elevator that has to take you around the entire rock, right? The scale that you're looking at is gigantic. Now, it is also still very much like a PvE focused event. It's not like hardcore mining like you'd expect. You have to go and fight your way through to try and get the components to craft things. You've got to put the lenses in place. You've got to get the power banks all assembled. So you're, I guess, assembling industry and then doing a little bit of mining afterwards. I will say my feedback on the event, the scale, the logistics involved in it feel really cool. And it would be a much better experience if the rewards felt better. Like if you got more high tier stuff where what happens is it opens up and you get kind of mid-level minerals. I'd expect to have a much higher percentage or higher quality level for the rewards. And, that also ties into the Hathor. Originally with Karenite, you'd get that. That was what you needed for the Wicklow ships. Now they've upgraded it to pure Karenite that's on an RNG basis. And I think that dampens the reward aspect of doing some of these more complicated events in an open world where other people can interfere with your progress. But that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's a good point, because after running a whole rock cracker session, it's interesting that the point you made there, they call it a mining event. You have to go into the mining contracts to get the actual thing. But if you were like, just jump forward 3 years from now when the game is much bigger and people aren't concerned with what's new and what's not. If somebody was in the Nix system and they were looking to get into some interesting new mining situation, and then they took that mission and they went out to the station to do mining, it's like a full hour plus before you actually do your mining, right? Except for the little FPS mining.
Oh,
is that
yeah.
reasonable?
I would say as a solo player, probably not. But as an org that goes in knowing what to expect, sure. And
Yeah, knowing what to expect is it's a a bit of a separator. What do you guys think, Primo Ferrister? Have you have any thoughts on how they're kind of phrasing these dungeons? I know a lot of people have problems with the combat being included, but how do you feel they're doing with it?
Right. I think, especially for what I've seen for Rockbreaker, Onyx, even the contested zones and stuff like that, especially with Rockbreaker, I think the puzzles and everything, the level of immersion is something that not a lot of games offer. And as I said before, I came into this just wanting to fly a spaceship. So the game that they're delivering is just beyond the scope of what I imagined. And I think it's actually beyond the scope of what the general public even knows about Star Citizen. There are things, in my opinion, that when I bring friends into the game, or when I go out by myself, like you said, I told a story just before, where it took me about 45 minutes to go from New Babbage to Levski, and I forgot to medbed on the way there. And when I got to Levski, I just barely nicked Levski. I just barely nicked it. And ship blew up. I'm back at New Babbage. So that was 45. It was on stream, and everybody was kind of laughing and stuff. And I was just like, that's one of those things you just got to brush off when you're playing Star Citizen. And which is great. There's huge consequences for when there's a reason why you got a med bed. But when you show friends that situation, it's a hard one. It's a hard one.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that it's kind of hard to talk to a new player about. And then the experience of the game, like Red said, I think that the scope of the game, the immersion, everything is phenomenal. But the experience, especially with desync, especially with the AI, I'm interested on the refueling missions with the AI.
Oh boy.
Just sometimes those AIs, you can go up behind them and they don't even notice you, and you can just take them out.
Sometimes you can stand in front of them and shoot them and they don't notice you.
Yeah, and then other times they're coming in infinite waves, and all of them are John Wick, and it's crazy. So the experience of the game, I think, I'm a PvE player too. I think with the puzzles, especially with Rockbreaker, what I've seen, I think those puzzles are amazing. Especially with implementing engineering here, and you got to go get this item, and then you got to go get a bunch of items, power this up, and and then you have on top of that NPCs that are shooting, and then you have on top of that PvP. I mean, I like the dungeon stuff because it kind of implements a lot of. You start to see the cohesion of the game. So yeah, I think as somebody that just wanted to fly a spaceship, I think that I've gotten more than my money was worth. So
yeah,
that's what I would say.
Do you feel like the You know, that combat adds another layer of interest to things going on. We're working through Rock Cracker together, and we're talking about the puzzles. The reward at the end may not be all that great, but the tangible benefit of going through that, you know, getting paid, getting loot, getting materials, it might not be as big a deal to some people as like getting to play a team on a certain, or getting to play a role on a certain team, and you have a specific thing to do, and you get sent off down this hallway to do it, and that creates strategy and camaraderie. But do you guys feel like they will always need combat to do that?
It's a hard question to ask. I think that, or a hard question to answer. I think that playing Star Citizen as a solo player is vastly different than playing Star Citizen with a group. Because when you're with a group and something like that Levski Nick happens where you blow up, or if you go through Rock Breaker and you do all this stuff and you're there forever, and then you get to the rocks and they're not, you know, 900 quality. For a solo player, that might be tough to get through. But when you're with people, especially when you're with people that I have a few friends that play the game that they just want a PvP, so it makes it a lot more fun when you're with a group and you have those roles and stuff like that, and you have people that are interested in different things, where org gameplay comes in. But as a solo player, sometimes that stuff is hard.
Yeah, and it's an interesting conversation, I think, to go through of how much of hyper valuable resources should be acquirable by single players versus a group. You know, maybe pure Karenite can only be gotten by Hathor, which generally does require a group. But maybe also if you're a single player and you get a really high reputation with some group of nicks, you can go into their store and buy a little bit off them. Takes a bunch more time, but not as hard.
Yep.
And I think those angles are the ones that are really still very obviously missing from the game.
And there's well, I was just gonna say that there's also the solo players that kind of come in out of nowhere and just kind of go unnoticed into those caves and get the Karenite and just leave.
Yeah, just sneak in.
Anyways,
shout out to Bed Bananas.
There's a balance between like the solo player that can come in and do something kind of stealth mode. You talk about groups running Hathor. Like I've heard of people saying, yeah, they went and just soloed it and they camped out at the event for an age, right? Where, you know, my experience, you know, I typically stream when I'm doing it, so we always have other people that decide to show up and contest the area, and you know, the size of group that you need to have in order to complete that and like secure it is highly variable based on whether other people know that you're trying to do it, right? It's competitive, and you know, there's a detriment to streaming it and, you know, kind of announcing your presence there, because there are people who want to show up and you know, take theirs. But individual gameplay, yeah, I mean, it's a tough balance to make, but I do think there should be paths for individuals to earn that, right? Where a large group, yeah, sure, you can go and just throw numbers at it, have enough people to blockade the whole thing. But you know, what fun is that for the brand new space dad out there that's just like, hey, I have like 4 hours a week to actually play, and I spent 3 of them trying to respawn my ships in the hangar because I got murdered every single time I flew out there. You know,
right.
That's, you know, I would say that's where things are kind of a struggle. So,
Fairster, do you have any thoughts on how they're packaging the way they're doing these dungeons or events, some people will call them, and the rewards they're actually rolling out with them? Does it feel like they're better for running to get the reward, or better to run just to have fun?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few things that have been mentioned that are probably interesting to cover. So I probably disagree a little bit with what Red Monster says around. I've got a lot of sympathy for the Space Dad, because I think we're the two Space Dads here. I think there are more Space Dads coming along. But also, I don't think everything in game needs to be soloable. I think there should be some content that is locked behind actually encouraging people to work together and enjoy. Some of us were talking pre-podcast about our experiences in World of Warcraft, and for me, my most fond memories in World of Warcraft weren't stuff where I went off by myself to do stuff. It was when we had 5 people working together, 40 people working together to achieve something that was actually quite difficult to achieve, and you needed to get organized. So I think Star Citizen probably needs to find a balance between having things accessible for everybody, but also catering for that need to organize and rewarding players that do that. Some kind of group finder might go a long way to helping those space dads get involved, because half of the challenge in this game is just getting everyone in the same place. But I'm okay with the idea that some content could be gated behind groups. I think in terms of the events themselves, your original question around, are they too combat focused? I think probably at the moment, yes. But with what I've just said in mind, there needs to be an element of risk versus reward. People should earn their rewards. There should be some element of challenge in there. And that's easiest to do with combat. But again, we were just talking about World of Warcraft. To be clear, I do not want a World of Warcraft copy. Star Citizen should be something very different. But there are some interesting learnings that you could take from it. So, for example, most of the dungeons and instances in Warcraft have some kind of combat involved, but many of them also have some more interesting mechanics than just combat. Like, you have to work together, you have to focus on certain things, you have to split your responsibilities. And for me, I think mining is probably one of the opportunities in Star Citizen to have some more interesting options for risk versus reward. I think the combat is probably, this is an easy way to do it. But like for me, mining is not necessarily a chill thing. You know, even with the mining gameplay we've got now, you've got to really manage what you're doing. Otherwise, that rock is going to explode and there's going to be damage. I think for group mining gameplay, there could be some really interesting mining gameplay that introduces a risk and reward mechanic. And that's probably more of what I expected from Rockbreaker when it was kind of announced last year. So to be clear, that's not a criticism of the event or anything like that. I think it's a very interesting dungeon as it is. But I think there are probably some opportunities to do things slightly differently, to still have that risk versus reward element, but maybe use some of those more interesting non-combat mechanics.
Yeah.
I do agree there. I also agree that not everything should be achievable by single players. There's a difference between, like, a lot of people will think of one idea of multiplayer when you talk about an MMO, but there's a difference between getting together with a big group, going out and doing something like a Hathor, versus staying as your one lonesome self and putting out a sale on the auction house and transferring somebody to somebody else. Those are both multiplayer, but they don't require the same amount of interaction. I think a lot more people are open to that latter style more. And that's probably the best path for CIG to take in terms of MMO-fying the game, I guess you could say. Like, a lot of people want to just be able to trade stuff.
Yeah. I think trading is definitely a fundamental pillar of this economy that's missing. And that's where the solo player can really get engaged, because maybe there are going to be things that you can only, like, you can't show up with a group of 30 people and run a specific event, or, you know, mine a specific material. It's just too rare, or, you know, some logistical hurdle that, you know, it just isn't worth it to have everybody after it. Having an individual player that can then, you know, collect that, go sell it for a high profit, you know, but, you know, not lock themselves out. They need to go be able to buy all the materials they need for their crafting recipes, right? Where right now you're doing player-to-player trades through third-party systems, and, you know, there's not a within game engine closed loop to do that. They have to be engaged in those other gameplay loops that are really going to be, you know, focused on large groups. Getting a trading system in, I think, is like kind of the missing piece that will bridge what a solo player versus a group, you know, can actually operate with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're talking about first fixing their chat systems so that we can actually talk to each other, which would be grand. Thank you, CIG. We love talking. But then also after that, they talked about a looking for group system, a chance to basically go in the server and say, hey, I want to run this contract. I want to run this event. I need these kinds of people. You have this reputation. Even with just that little look, like that little example of what that could look like, we already hear complications of CIG or of Star Citizen popping up. Do you guys think that a looking for group app is going to work in Star Citizen, or is it just going to be abused because we don't have the systems in place to make it work?
I've got opinions, but
I could say as like a casual player, I think that the looking for group stuff, I think that the game can remain complex, even the 0 to 1000 quality. I think stuff like that is fine if they figure it out in the inventory stuff, which they will. But I think that things that are easier to get you into the verse, spawning in your hangar, the inventory, like loading up your character, getting out into the verse, and looking for group, stuff like that, where you're not confined to global chat, because a lot of new players are. And global chat, we all know what global chat is. Baron's chat 2.0. But I think that stuff like that, especially for more of the space stats, more of the casual players, even the younger players that just kind of want to get in and get into the verse, I think I would say that's a welcome change. I mean, a lot of the chat stuff I'm very excited for. If we can get more things to communicate in maybe certain sectors of the universe, or things that make it easier to connect with people, get into the verse.
I think any kind of looking for group system needs to be paired with some kind of reputation system, because otherwise it just becomes a way for people to unlock PvP that perhaps is not what the intention is. So I think some kind of reputation is going to be a really important precursor to that, or if it's not reputation, some kind of more consequences for people who betray the spirit. I think the other thing I should probably mention is, because we have some space dads on here, space dads doesn't necessarily mean casual. I think I'm a space dad. I go hard at this game. I'm part of a big org. I know Red Monster goes deep into mining as a space dad. So I should just stand up for the space dads out there and just say it doesn't necessarily mean casual. There could be some hardcore space dads out there.
Right?
Yeah,
you gotta. Sometimes your little boy is standing next to you with all of the mineral statistics on a page. That's why you had a kid.
Yeah. I think you nailed it as far as the reputation. If you're out there looking for group, I think, what was it? The fuel rats from Elite Dangerous. I think they tried to do that. I'm not sure how successful that was, but I could definitely see that being, a source for trolling, right? Because there's no reputation system, there's no crime system, that really matters on the player-to-player interaction side. And there's no chat moderation. I think all these tools have to come together in a more cohesive environment for those player-to-player interactions to really be, a source of, authentic requests, right? If someone's out there just spamming a request for, a medical rescue, there's a lot of people that are coming out and abusing that, finding vulnerable players and, exploiting that. And there's no repercussions, right?
No.
That's the problem now, and the reputation and the crime system have to be paired with whatever improvements they're trying to make. So,
do you guys think they're gonna figure that? I can't imagine how we could go much longer here without reputation or some way to know what's going on with people. Do you think we're gonna see that sometime soon?
I mean, realistically, I think they need it to be a part of kind of the ongoing gameplay. They talked about that. That's been part of the vision that they've sold, and hopefully with the new social updates, that will be something that's persistent. But I think not having seen many of the fruits of that labor yet, where we're currently at, basically every time I pop in, I either hit F12 or now I'm scrolling into my group chats where I can filter out a little bit of what's being posted up on the chat setup. So
yeah, I agree
Anybody
with
else?
that. I don't
Yeah.
think it necessarily has to be reputation. I think the alternative is some real hard consequences for people who break laws in game. So at the moment, if you go and like, take somebody out in Stanton, which is a fairly high sec, it's not perfectly high sec, but it's fairly high sec system, like you get a bit of a crime stat. Oh no. And then if you do eventually get apprehended and caught and go to prison, you walk out of prison. Like there's no real consequence there other than a minor short inconvenience. I think the other alternative to reputation is you actually introduce significant consequences for people. And that might be advantageous as well, because it gives people the flexibility and the freedom to say, hey, situationally, there's an opportunity for me to betray my entire group here and steal the loot at the end of it. But then everybody in the group who's been betrayed and it's been a pretty sucky experience for them kind of knows, well, this guy is going to be in prison for the next week and they've got no way out of it. I'm not saying that that's the solution, but some more meaningful consequences for in-game law breaking might actually sidestep the need for, because even a reputation system, right, that could be gamed by some of these orgs that the type. They'll be like, hey, let's all just give each other 5-star reps so we look like really good guys, and then we'll join a group and troll them.
Yeah. Well, that's what I like about their beacon thing is like they're going to do the rep system, but then they're also going to show what happened in the last 5 things. But I guess if you do it with somebody who's friendly every single time, you're just going to have 5 good encounters in a row. But then even then, when you go off and you do something bad, it still shows on your record. So I don't know. Human nature is a fickle thing, and I know reputation's going to be gamed, but any feedback would help at this point.
I think even just a blocking mechanism in the game would be a huge thing. Personally, I do this kind of funny joke game loop for myself where I've got the Whammer burger skin for the freelancer, and I go out and I offer burgers. I'll deliver it to you. They're 3 AOEC each. It's just a fun, I don't care if they pay me, but it's just a fun thing to go out and see what people are doing in the verse and deliver. They go crazy when I show up with the Whammer mobile. But there are definitely some people that have asked for me to come to them and on site just destroy the vehicle. Or when I'm streaming, there's like multiple ships on the pad that we landed on, and only the Whammer mobile is targeted. And I think that not only like a reputation thing, but just a blocking, just to remind you, or like set a note for certain people, to remind yourself that this is the encounter that I had with this person. That functionality is in World of Warcraft. You can add people, you can block people, you can ignore people, and you can set a note on why you friended them, why you ignored them. I think just having that note system would be huge for the game. So, kind of like a personal reputation.
Our last Citizen Central, we had a Star Wars Galaxies counter on the bottom corner. You guys gonna make me put a WoW counter up for today's episode, man.
I know, I'm sorry about that.
I'll happily talk about Galaxies as well if that would help to even things out.
Oh man, we've got enough of that to go around for sure. Let's turn towards something a little bit more current. We've kind of bounced off of this a little bit today, but I want to dive fully into crafting and what it's brought to the game, how it's changed the game. First of all, we say that a lot of things are game changers in Star Citizen, and to be fair, with a game that's so simple, a lot of bringing in things does change it quite a bit. But would you say that crafting in 4.7 is an actual game changer? And if you would, what is the scale of that for you? I mean, obviously, Primo, you came a year ago, so like things are a little different. But for you guys who have been here since the beginning, is this like a 3.0 caliber kind of change? Is this a 3.15 sort of when they brought in looting and inventory? Where does this sit in terms of significance for the game for you guys?
So crafting significance right now, I mentioned before the pod, I think, crafting some armor, getting some blueprints, it's seeing what the structure and the bare bones of the system is going to look like. For me, it's going to be relevant when I can go and craft my own mining lasers, my modules, the gadgets, things that I can give specific unique bonuses to, and have a reason, to feed that in through the full system. I think if I don't have access to that yet, or the ability to upgrade, that's those ship weapons and components and stuff. Yeah, sure, FPS armor and weapons, they're cool. Like, to be able to see the number go up and down, it's irrelevant to what I'm engaging with. Obviously, like, I'm gonna try and use those weapons when I have to go do missions or get into combat situations. But what I really want out of it is to upgrade the components for my mining setup or my salvage lasers. Get those things that are going to be more effective for what I'm doing to harvest those materials. That's where I think it's going to be the most relevant. And right now, I see the structure. I can tell that there's a rule set in place that makes sense. It's just those rules aren't written for the things I want just yet.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's a game changer because I think it builds off of all the things we already have. For me, that's what's exciting, is we're at a point in Star Citizen where something new that comes along, like crafting, kind of like gives you additional reason to do stuff that we're already doing. So whether that's out hunting blueprints through doing some of the missions and quests, or whether that's going out and mining to get some of the materials, it's like another reason to go out and do things. I do agree with Red. Like, this is very early. We're not at the stage where people are crafting like ships or anything like that. So I don't know that I would say it's necessarily a game changer. But I see so many people saying, oh, I'm going to go off and do this because I get blueprints for it. And there's also something about making your own gear. Now, like, that gear I don't think is so strong that like it's worth finding always the 1000 stuff, but it does give you a nice little buff if you do use that stuff. But I think for me it's more giving people a reason to play, and that's the strength of it.
Would you would you be open to considering that a game changer for people, though? It's changing the reason people are doing things, right?
I don't know, like, I'm open to the idea, but ultimately it's the people themselves that will say whether it is. But for me, it's not
true.
Like, I don't think it is drastically changing the way that people play. Like, if you're going out blueprint hunting, you're going out and doing the content that was kind of there anyway. You're just getting a slightly different reward at the end of it. I think that incentive to do it is more interesting. But I do think that crafting down the line, when it gets to things like, I don't know, crafting bases or crafting ships or something like that, that's when it gets to the point where I'd say it is changing the game. But I think it's certainly breathed some fresh lifeblood into things. I don't know, maybe the others disagree.
So a bit of a fundamental shift, but a start. It's really when they bring in the ship crafting, you think it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah. Well, and base building.
Yeah, base building. I can't wait to see what they do with the freaking... actually, sorry. I want to go back to something Red Monster said earlier. I don't know if this was before the podcast or in the beginning, but one of the most disappointing things for me in crafting is that we aren't seeing items craftable. So, like, it would have been amazing for this to be the opportunity for them to be like, you can craft a tractor beam multi-tool attachment that can lift a 32 SU box on the planet because you've put that much stats into it. Or you can craft a Helix 2 light mining laser that can crack a 50,000 unit rock because it's got more power output because you crafted it. But because it's just FPS weapons and armor right now, I do think it really misses out on being a little more interesting in the non-combat realm of stuff. But yeah, base building seems like the real change. You guys think that they're going to be moving forward with this? Is it the kind of thing you think they're going to drop crafting in, and then we're going to wait 3-4 patches before there's another change?
Hopefully they bring it in soon. I know there's a lot of content assigned to crafting that's still not in. We got a basic set of blueprints that everybody's got. You can go earn other blueprints. There's other factors for that gameplay rule set that they need to dial in. Base building, I think, is going to be a natural progression of that crafting system. You got material inputs, you have to put it through a special processing machine, and then you get an output. But I think base building introduces the complication that now you're creating a physical space rather than a physical item that's movable between spaces. And so, how much more complicated is that? It seems like a lot, and I'm not sure what we're going to start with, where we're going to be able to play with that. So
I think for base building, the complication for me isn't really in the crafting side of it. I think the way that the crafting works seems like it will work for most things. So I think it would work for building bases. I think it would work for building ships. You just need to scale the size of the crafter. I think the challenge for base building is more like, how do you solve the who owns what land, who has permissions where? Like, that's for me the more complicated gameplay piece to work through. But in the short term, like, you could do some quite fun things that wouldn't need you to resolve that. So, for example, players can build walls or bunkers or whatever that you can just place down anywhere outside of an armistice zone, and then just let people like sandbox play with it, for example. You wouldn't need to necessarily solve all of those problems. But I think the basis of what we've got in crafting, if it continues to work as it's working now, it should be as simple as just you introduce more blueprints or larger crafters and you're good to go, I guess.
I think that coming into the game from last year, I was told so many of these things: the crafting, the engineering, a new solar system, were years away. That's what I was told. And to find out that all of this stuff has been implemented, even in a small form, this year, within the year that I have started, has been interesting. It kind of makes me a little bit more hopeful. With the crafting stuff, I think, personally, game changing, like you said, maybe it is just a expansion on what we already have. Maybe it is game changing. I'm not sure, but just having the directive, having like a goal to go out. One of the things, and not to bring up another game, but Arc Raiders, sometimes I just go into a lobby to get what I need for a wolf pack. And to have that type of directive in Star Citizen, to just go out and actually don't have that paralysis of so many things to do. Sometimes I log into Star Citizen just to log into it, and then I get out into space and I'm like, where should I go? If I go do that, then I have to go do this and this and this.
Yeah.
So I think that crafting will have that kind of directive gameplay, that you have a purpose. I have a purpose to go find blueprints, find materials to craft stuff with. I would be very surprised if base building came in soon, but again, I have no idea. I would love base building. I think that base building is going to be a huge game changer. I think that people that are on the outside of people that still have not heard of the game, which is hard to imagine, but I was there in 2024. So I think that people that have never heard of the game will see stuff like that and see how that will be kind of like a watershed moment, I think, for the game as an MMO. Again, I have no idea how they're going to figure out, like Ferrister said, land ownership. What happens when somebody just wants to come troll and blow your thing up? How that stuff is going to work is beyond me. I have no idea. I would love to have my base out in the asteroid fields and kind of just away from everything personally.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's going to be nice to just be able to find the place that you like and settle down a depot or like a cache or somewhere. I find myself a lot of times being rather annoyed that I need to go all the way back to my home location because, you know, you want to, it's easy to store your stuff at your home location. A lot of people will like pick a new different space station or something to go to. But if you like to do, like maybe you like to run missions on Aberdeen a bunch, it's going to be cool to actually be able to just have a little space that you can call your safe space on Aberdeen. Not to log off and log on since they're going to be adding that to everywhere, but to be able to have all of your gear and your armor and stuff to return home, there's something special about that.
Yeah. Place to hang your coat up after the hard day at work, right? But
Yup.
right.
So,
I decorate my home hangar a lot, and that's fun.
I try, dude. I can never decide if I want
It
to.
never goes well. I didn't say it goes well, but
the efforts I've put into decorating have gotten wiped out with hangars that have just disappeared. And yeah, I would say it's got to be consistent. But
yeah. The base building, though, is interesting because they've talked about some really intense things there. Like one of the most interesting parts of base building, in my opinion, is that you can make a base, and if you don't upkeep it, like in a similar way as Dune, if you don't upkeep it, if you don't keep resources running through it, it's powered and all that stuff, it can slowly go derelict. And they said that over time they want NPCs to spawn there as like squatters, which is just a crazy life cycle for something. If you imagine that base started out as people going out and mining some stuff, and then they refined it, and then they built the base, and then the base was used, and then it broke down, and now it's a new location to go get loot. That stuff is crazy, and I hope they can do something similar to it. But do you think they're going to be able to really meet their goals for base building in this game?
it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I think it again. It's just I mean, not to bring up World of Warcraft again, but player housing was promised in like 2004, and it just came out this year. So, how
So what
they're
you're
going to
saying
do that
is
is
Star Citizen base building in 2044. Is that right?
yeah, 2042.
Sounds accurate.
yeah.
But
we've seen their design discussions, the talk about the security token system that's planned for the 1.0 release. It will get there. There are land claims, and the structure is, the concept is out there, right? The execution has to happen, and the game engine rule sets aren't there yet. So that's that's the big technical challenge, and their tech debt that they've committed to. So yeah, it's not a short-term vision, it's more of a long-term vision, but they've certainly made steps to get to that direction. And I think they will get it. It's not going to be quick, right?
I think it's a little funny, and also a little bit of a warning to people, I would say, how many things we can still say that for in Star Citizen. Like, this is it's been a long time, and I think everybody should act based on how long it's been and how comfortable they feel with the game like that. But I don't think anybody should be surprised when this takes another 5, 6, 7 years to reach 1.0. And anybody who is excited for that and doesn't want to deal with the journey to that, I think probably should stop watching Star Citizen for now, because a lot of this stuff is far away.
I think I would say, in my experience of late, if you are waiting for a specific ship or a specific kind of piece of gameplay, like, I think that's a sensible attitude to have. Actually, the pace of stuff that's getting introduced over the last year has been fairly good. So there's a lot of people that are going to be waiting for things. Like, if you're waiting for the Banu Merchantman, you've been waiting a while. But like, if you're waiting,
that's not their
for...
fault, though. You can't you can't put that on them.
But if you're waiting just for new ships or new gameplay, actually, we've had a whole ton of new ships. Some stuff that we've been waiting for. We've had a whole ton of new gameplay. So I think it just depends if you're waiting for specifically something. But actually, I have to give credit to the developers. Like, the game is growing and expanding over the past few years.
Absolutely. Yeah, this last 12 months has been the most exciting. I mean, they didn't even add features really that last year that much, but the development in general has taken a turn. I mean, you can see it just from the way they've got certain people talking on camera now instead of everybody sharing information. They definitely are like, okay, Rich, you say this, Benoit, you say this, everybody else, like, please don't say this. And I think all of that is making the development feel a little bit more cohesive and less chaotic.
Yeah. And shout out to all the other Blue Ball Merchantman owners.
Yeah, that's one of the more embarrassing stories, I would say, of the game's development. But we won't get into that today. I want to turn back to crafting and the 1,000 levels of quality that we are seeing in the crafting game loop. There's a lot of discussion on this, and I definitely see both arguments here. Do you think that the 1,000 levels is too much? Is it bloated? Is it useful? What's your opinion on that?
I have some very specific. We have a few areas in the game where we get an actual ledger type inventory, like that's at the refining kiosk, that's at, in the mining HUD when you're scanning. But as soon as you refine that material, every unique value of quality is its own little physical representation. It's only its own little block of pixels of what that box might be. Mm-hmm. Just give me a damn ledger. Right? Give me a table. Don't make me sort through 45 pages of the same shaped box with varying levels of, like, I have to memorize what color each mineral is. Just give me a damn ledger, right? That's number one, surface level. Number two is the way that some materials having a higher quality tier within the same rock, with the two entries. To me, that seems like they're trying to have, and this is stuff I talked to severals about, and I said it would be nice to be able to have a chunk of material that's higher quality than the rest, right? And if you get a good break, that works. That's in there. It's not a weighted average now. It's just two distinct, components, and that's, I would say, one of my struggles is that now you don't have a weighted average. You've got distinct quality numbers that sort themselves, and no way to upscale or refine them. So,
I think don't get me started on the refining.
I think the nightmare comes in with the inventory stuff on that. I know that they have plans for making folders, and you have like a folder of this ore, and then that drops down and you see your whole entire quality. I think it is, the whole refining process is kind of interesting to me. Getting out what you put in, that's interesting. So yeah, I think I pretty much agree with what Red said.
Mm-hmm. It could be a lot, but I am interested in seeing how those folders work.
Yeah, I saw that in the notes down in the interface, and people are complaining about that a lot, it seems, in the conversation. So seeing that, I've seen that not be implemented right now is interesting to me as well, because people are already talking about, we've got 3 pages of ore, and then now with the new inventory kind of being a little bit more squashed, you could see that coming up to like tens and tens of pages. So yeah, joining right after 4.0, you kind of got to miss out on their the method of feature implementation that CIG chooses in the alpha phase. This is a little bit more of it. Welcome. yeah, thank you.
Ferrister, what do you think?
I mean,
go ahead, Primo. Sorry.
Oh, go Ferrister.
I was going to say I would definitely defer to Red on this. I think Red knows an awful lot about what works, what doesn't work. I think I'm okay with lots of different grades of material, but I think the main issue is, as has been raised, when you do have all those different grades, like managing the inventory just becomes complicated. So yeah, I think it's a legitimate criticism. There are different ways you could solve that problem with the inventory, or you could solve that by reducing the number of different quality levels. But even if you, I think you'd want to have like a decent number of quality levels anyway. So you're probably going to have to solve the problem of inventory.
Yeah, I think also that maybe like in the future with different crafting stuff, maybe there's a reason for the 0 to 1,000 that just isn't apparent right now.
Yeah.
You know, and personally, I would love once ship components are able to be craftable. The one thing that I know that I will always try to get like a plus 900 for is like quantum drives. I want to get places faster. So
Yeah. Yeah. So there's probably an argument to be made. I mean, as you said, there might be a reason for 1,000 levels of quality, but there's definitely an argument to be made that 1,000 levels of quality means there's more variability when you're crafting stuff. But is it reasonable for them to have 1,000 levels of quality if, say, one P4R can have 0.1% different recoil rate or whatever than another P4AR that's made with a quality level that's 3 less, you know, it's an 850 quality versus 847 quality. Is it reasonable for them to have that, or like, is that so minuscule that they should just cut that out?
I mean,
think
it's
it's gonna-
levels of significance, right? If we have high crafted armor that was a 3% improvement in environmental factors, is that just rounded to the exact 3? Do I need 1,000 levels of quality? I mean, realistically, I need 6 levels, right? I've got your baseline plus 3 minus 3, right? I guess that's 7, but I don't need 1,000. I need 7. That can be on a compressed scale, but it is going to short there based on the 1,000 levels. Certain things, yeah. If you have 1,000 levels in between, it would make sense to have that. And if they were grouped some other way where you could have your 800 and 400, you know, in the same inventory container, but the way that you interact with them as a physical box, you know, the icons rather than a ledger, you know, entries on a table, right? That I think complicates it and makes it unnecessarily burdensome, in my opinion.
So for you, the problem really is just being able to handle them. It's not necessarily that they exist, but that they make the kind of inventory and management system more complex.
Yeah, I am fine with them having 1,000 levels of quality, right? Give me a way to consolidate those. Give me a way to, you know, if I save a whole bunch of 300 quality mineral, let me refine that up to something higher quality, you know, with associated loss of quantity. But, you know, give me the option to refine that to enhance it, right? So,
How do you guys feel about Ferrister Primo? You guys have any feelings about the 1,000 levels? Is it pointless? Do you think it's useful?
I feel like in a way it's hard to defend it in a certain way. I mean, when you put it in the way that this is like a point, or this is like a 1%, you know, 0.1% increase or whatever. I think that at the same time, I think that I would like the game to be complex in certain ways and simple in other ways. I think the inventory should be simple. I think figuring out the ore qualities in your inventory, I think that should be simple. Should crafting be simple? Maybe not. I don't know. Should the quality levels be simple? Maybe not. You know, and I do think that for like personally for me, the quantum drive, just having that always on deck, always high quality for all of my ships, I would love that. Guns being high quality for me, I don't know. Couldn't really care less. And then, but for people like PvP orgs. Those guys are going to be the real people that are looking at the higher stuff. And I think that once you get into that level, once you get into the end game, once you get to the higher level stuff of anything you're doing, whether it's Red with his mining or a PvP org, I think the gap isn't going to be whether you got 500 to 1,000, 0 to 1,000. It's going to be that gap from like 800 to 1,000. What gun do you have that is going to be that last 100 for those orcs are going to be huge. So maybe in the end game, 1,000 is what you want.
Yeah. And I think for everybody, you have different levels of importance for different things. For some things, you're perfectly fine crafting with like 500 quality, 300 quality, whatever. It might just not matter that much. And for other things, you might want the highest. Like yesterday, I'm working on a Fresnel and I got it crafted and I was looking for materials and I settled for some pretty high level Janelite and gold, but maybe I couldn't find as high level tungsten. And the fact that there is a difference between the 800 tungsten versus the 700 tungsten, and those quality differences react to the other stuff differently, it definitely, I think, in my opinion, it validates having more levels. But I'm interested in seeing kind of how they handle the management of that. One of the most interesting parts of crafting that we still are kind of iffy on is how much will crafting create parts that we use to craft other parts. So they talk right now with refining being something where you would add iron to carbon and then a catalyst and you'd be able to make steel. What they haven't said is like, can you then use that to make plates and then you combine those plates with bolts to make a chassis and then you use those to make something more, like that satisfactory style. And I think a lot of folks are wondering if crafting is going to get there, because once we get there, then the quality levels make a lot of sense, right? If you have like a low level bolt quality, but you add it to a high level plate, suddenly you have a different level chassis, and that just goes all over the place.
I do have other commitments this afternoon, so I got a hard cut off on my time, but I appreciate the conversation, and good meeting you, Primo. Good talking to you again, Ferrister. I could talk for like 2 more hours about this. I appreciate the discussion and everything going on. So
thank you so much for joining, Red. Before you head out, you want to let folks know where they can find your content?
You can find me Sunday mornings, 8 a.m. Pacific time on Twitch or YouTube at Red Monster SC. My group, the Red Legion, at redlegion.gg, are an industrial focused org. We joke about the space dads. We throw that term around, but basically just gamers focusing on industrial gameplay and crafting, salvaging, mining, and cooperative efforts. So. Yeah, that's where you can find me, and thanks for having me on.
Sweet, thank you. And those of you who watch the podcast know Red Monster's a regular, so keep an eye out for him coming back on the launch sequence sometime soon. Thanks again for joining us today, dude.
Hey, later.
Have a wonderful day.
Have a good one.
Now, for those of you who we're dropping like flies. Now they're replaced by Crusader and Hurston. But we're gonna switch topics a little bit here and talk a little more about the direction of Star Citizen with respect to the NPCs and AI. One of the things that's been announced for 4.8 in the next update is refueling and refueling missions, both giving fuel to and receiving fuel from NPC ships. Maybe it's the start of AI services in the game, maybe it's not. But do you guys think it's going to expand to give players more help around the game in other ways soon, like maybe revivals or transportation?
I want to hear the OG's opinion on this. Go ahead, Berster.
I think that would be cool as long as it doesn't always replace players who want to do that gameplay being able to do it. So in theory, you can already get in your Starfarer and go around and offer fuel services to people. But in reality, it's quite difficult to do. I think if we got to a point where if you were downed or you were out of fuel or your ship needed repairs or whatever it is, and you could put in a beacon, and maybe 8 or 9 times out of 10 it's an NPC that comes along, and maybe 1 time out of 10 it's a player that comes along who enjoys doing that kind of stuff, that for me sounds like it's really cool. If what it means is that 10 times out of 10 it's an NPC, and that players who actually enjoy medical gameplay or refueling gameplay can't get a look in, I think that will be where I would have an objection to it. But intuitively, I think it feels like a good thing. It gives that little level of backup that says, hey, you accidentally overextended out in Pyro, it happens, but don't worry, you can request refuel and someone will come along and refuel you and you'll pay for the fuel.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. Taking the jobs of players is an important thing to avoid. I think that especially even thinking about the player that wants to refuel, or wants, they want to stay in the game, they want to stay immersed. They're not the type of player that would just backspace out of the situation. I think that that's really important. I think it's going to be a while, personally, before you really even see people opting in for the NPCs to help, because the AIs, they cower when you're around. It's hit or miss whether they're John Wick or like don't even notice you. I can't see a world where, like, in the next patch, where you set out a beacon and somebody comes to you. But right now, Ferrister said earlier in the conversation, you set out a beacon for, like, if you're downed and you want to get revived. How do you know if somebody's actually coming? How do you know when somebody is going to come? How do you know if somebody is trustworthy to come? I think that NPCs will be a huge thing for that. Maybe there's some way to opt in, or maybe there's like huge rewards for doing that as a player, or maybe there's some other benefit that when a player actually does that. I'm not sure. I think I hope the AIs become more lively, and
hell yeah,
I think that's a good step in the right direction. So
yeah, man. The way that they originally had laid it out kind of made it seem like you'd have a 9-to-1 player to NPC, or rather 9-to-1 NPC to player ratio, or AI rather to player ratio. And the interesting part about that was they would essentially say you could be in a very common place like Stanton, and if you put out a beacon and no players accept it, then because you're in a common place, an NPC might accept that in 20 seconds. If you're in a very out there place, like, I don't know, Hades or something, then you put out a beacon, no players are out there, but an NPC might take 10 minutes to accept it, kind of simulating the idea of the population around you. And I wonder if that's even worth it, or if it's just mainly going to be down to players either wanting help or not wanting help, and how long the average player will actually be willing to wait, even if they know there's help coming.
Right. Well, if like refueling missions for players come in, I'm gonna be the first one to do it, because I like to do the Whammer Burger deals, and I would love to make a gas station in the verse. That would be hilarious, I think. So
yeah. Oh, dude, it would be so cool if they said, hey, if you can put out a public beacon and anybody can know you're offering gas in that system and they can fly to you. That'd be sick.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of possibilities there.
Same. It certainly, though, I do agree. I think this first iteration of it is going to be rough and bumpy and probably weird, but it is significant. If they can actually get NPCs to come in and refuel us, I think that will be a decent change going forward, because hopefully it means we'll get security and stuff after that.
Right, and like a policing of the verse, especially in Stanton, I think that would be very interesting to see AIs get a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah. And
but
I'm
not,
seeing
not broken.
Well, I don't know about that. Sorry, can't do that. It's either broken or more broken. I'm seeing in chat some talk about the idea of these ambushes and stuff that can happen from this, and that is where the reputation they talked about earlier comes from. So that's part of why it's funny to see this coming in without reputation really moving. But our conversation takes us towards another topic that I wanted to discuss, which does get a little bit from AI, but it still talks about this idea of revivals and things like that. Something that I think was a little bit, probably news to everyone, is that they're working on a method of self-revival in the game. Basically, you'd be able to hit yourself with an Adrenapen and get yourself back up without waiting for somebody else. How do you guys feel about that?
Barrister?
I'm nervous about it. I think there are instances where you get downed in game that are literally not your fault. Like Star Citizen is still often quite buggy and weird stuff happens. So I think some recognition of that is important. But I also think there are players who play the game for the medical stuff. There are entire orgs around the medical stuff. And if you give people the opportunity to self-revive, I think you take away a lot of the value in actually having somebody come and rescue you. So my question is, what's the impact on medical gameplay if you do that? Does it become like just specific situational stuff? So that's probably the thing that makes me nervous, is for those people who play this game to be a medic, if everyone can just fix themselves up, like, does that eliminate that gameplay?
I 100% agree with what Ferrister has said. I think that there are times where I am solo. I'm solo a lot in the game. But just out in the boondocks and kind of something happens that I didn't know was going to happen. You fall accidentally off a cliff, just stupid stuff. And in those situations, I think a self-revival would be pretty handy. I think that it should be, if it does, it's going to be implemented apparently, because it's already implemented in Squadron 42. But I think when it does get implemented, it should be very expensive. And I think that it should be, that red button that you press. And but on the other side of things, like Ferrister said, the other day we were picked up we were revived and picked up from I think Daymar, and it was just like such a wonderful interaction to be picked up by these med guys. And they like gave us some stuff and brought us back to the station, and it was just wonderful to be the recipient of that. Not only, and I'm sure they loved the gameplay too. So worried about, I just think that when it does come in, it should be very expensive. It should be very expensive to do. Personally.
Yeah, I think it should there should be like a process to it. Like they talked about how it's the Adrenapen that gets you up, but for me it feels like there should be a little bit of a mini game there where you need to use the Adrenapen and then maybe wait
you
a
can
little
fail.
bit. Yeah. Like if you use the Adrenapen and then maybe kind of like the I know it's terrible, like a golf swing mechanic comes up and you basically have to hit yourself with a med pen like at the right time to finish that revival.
Right. Maybe
because the thing I'm thinking. Yeah, man. The thing I'm thinking is it can be so disorienting to think somebody is down and then they immediately get back up without any sort of like indication that they're about to. Even if it's not a combat scenario, it could literally just be like you walked in and you found an aftermath of something happening and you're trying to figure out what's going on. You're looking at the signs and everything, and then the guy that was dead just suddenly pops up right behind you. Like, that's not fun.
That just gave me a picture of like, what if there was a PvP org that were like in, I don't know, just rock breaker, and they all purposely down themselves, and then they're just waiting for somebody to come in and just everybody comes online. That would be crazy. That would be
Just
crazy.
everybody just pops up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be. I think they'll probably have to do some stuff to make it obvious that you're getting a self revival, because otherwise that's going to be pretty wild.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's talk about the new Aurora. They are bringing in another Mark II, and there's a lot of back and forth about whether or not it deserves to be called the Mark II Aurora or not. How do you guys feel about this new ship and the possibility of other Mark IIs following afterwards?
Well, I think when I saw that, I was kind of mind blown, because the first, besides the cutter, the first ship that I got that was, capable of doing other things that the cutter couldn't do, was the Aurora, and I thought that I'm doing something wrong because the wings should come out. So I love the new ship. I really, really like that. I'm definitely going to get that one. Mark II, I don't know. I think that I actually just saw, I was a little bit confused on that, but I just saw on the subreddit that there was a comparison of the two. And the old one is way smaller, actually. And so I could see a world where there's Mark IIs, there's Mark IIIs. I hope this is kind of silly to say, but I would love to see a Reclaimer Mark II. I like the Reclaimer a lot, but the Reclaimer's utility function is crazy, in my opinion. So I think
should have seen. Go ahead.
Well, I just think that the Aurora Mark II is a beautiful ship, and I think it's cool. So.
All right. Yeah. I was gonna say you should have seen back in the day when the Reclaimer first came out. It was a popular bounty hunting ship. So this would be funny to see a Reclaimer Mark II with a combat variant.
Interesting.
Just That's a ramming ship, basically. You just drive it into the Idris.
Right. I love the Reclaimer, the way it looks and everything. It's just using it is a nightmare.
It needs help. Yeah, it definitely needs help. Barrister, how about you? How do you feel about the Aurora?
So the Aurora Mark II, I've been really enjoying. I think it's a great ship. I like so much about it. I like how it flies. To be fair, the launch price with a game package is a pretty good deal, and it's a pretty versatile starter ship for people who are looking to get into the verse. So I'm a big fan of the ship itself. I like the modularity and the way that works. Ideally, I would like those modules to be purchasable in-game as soon as possible. I think you have to pay cash for it. Feels a bit like, But if those modules do become purchasable in-game fairly quickly, it also means that there's a nice upgrade path to give a little bit of customization to your ship, which I think for people who are going to be starting with an Aurora is really good. I think we often say all you need to play Star Citizen is that starter ship, and this is a really good choice for that.
Yeah.
I have some conflicting feelings about Mark II in general, and I had these thoughts with the Hornet when that came out. I like that they breathe new life into an old ship. I think we've seen a few Aurora reworks over the years, and I think that work needs to be done. And to some extent, there's a need to financially recoup the investment. I think making the old ship like a bit of a collector's edition is a nice nod to those original Aurora owners, but also I feel like the old Aurora is worse than the new one. So as much as it's a nice nod saying, hey, you get to keep this as a collector's edition, the experience on board one is probably not going to be as good as with a Mark II. And I have a worry that it means that they're not going to really get updated, and then they end up being really, really buggy as the game updates around them. I also feel like the original backers should have the option, basically, to get a Mark II for free. If you paid for an Aurora, this is the Aurora now. In 6 months, this is going to be the Aurora, basically.
Or at least a significant discount, I feel like.
Well, even not a significant discount, because this is the new Aurora, it's the same ship. So
Right.
For me, the thing about Star Citizen has always been you pay for your ship, and then that's your ship. This kind of feels a little bit like, yeah, but that's the old version of your ship. This is the new version of your ship, and if you want to play it, you better pay. So I really like the Aurora Mark II. I think it's great. I do acknowledge that it's important to refresh some of these older ships, particularly ships like the Aurora that have been around for a while. I just feel like it would suck if you were an Aurora owner and basically you've got to pay money to unlock the new version of your ship. That's why I've got conflicted feelings about it.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I say that pretty much nailed exactly how I feel. I would even I think added some clarity to how I feel about the Aurora and the pricing, because you are right. This is the reason that they bring out Mark IIs. Actually, let me just start over. So I think this is an interesting, weird spot to be in, because the first Mark II with the Hornet was planned. So that made sense. And that always had that reason for existing.
Right.
The second Mark II, which was the Zeus, is a freaking lore. There was never a first one, so that's not really that important. The third, though, is the Aurora here. And they did a good job, I think, of introducing modularity to the starter ships. Like you said, that's a pretty cool way to start out the game, and I think it's a win for them. But it also is, yeah, it's like, how many more ships will get this treatment? Because this is getting the treatment because they needed to basically make sure that every starter ship is equal. So we saw that the Cutter came in, the Intrepid came in. I think there's one or two others that kind of, like the Pisces is kind of down there. They're good starter ships, and they had more than what the original Aurora and Mustang did, so now they're upgrading those to fit. The people who bought those, they don't want to shaft by giving them a new ship because they paid for that original one, so they should get to keep that. I feel like this is kind of a thing that came from what happened with the 300 series, and yeah, I think it was mainly the 300 series that like really got a lot of backlash because it grew so much when they upgraded it. So I get that side of things, and I do totally think that it makes sense to have a Mark II here, but then the question becomes, what other ships can, or rather do need updates that they can update without changing the ship so much they feel they'll shaft the original owners? And Primo, you brought up the Reclaimer. I think that's a good example of one where they could update it, and I could see them updating it in a way that doesn't need a new one.
That's an expensive ship. So if they did a Mark II, I mean, that would be crazy. Like,
yeah,
you know, the whole price thing. I wasn't really thinking about that originally, but that is it's definitely a huge part of the conversation. So.
Yeah, it's I think the Mark II is definitely an interesting concept, and it's one that could be really, really cool for the game. But that support question is always what comes up. Like Ferrister said, it's like, will the old ones keep being supported if you're not even making money off of them anymore?
But here's the thing: they've got away with it with the Hornet. Really, there wasn't a major community backlash. I think they've got away with it with the Aurora. There hasn't been a major community backlash. So this is probably quite good for fundraising for them. So unfortunately, I think they probably will do it again. Like the Mustang Mark II wouldn't be a bad shout. That needs upgrading, making modular maybe.
So do you think that as long as there's a clear reason for it, there won't be backlash?
No, I think people like shiny things. I think ultimately, as much as like we all like to say the only thing you need is a starter ship, and I genuinely think that that's true, and I think the people who will get the most from this game are those that just own a starter ship. I think most of those people aren't playing the game right now. Probably most of the people who spent their $30-$40 to buy their ship will be waiting for the game to be quote unquote finished, and a lot of the people who are going to end up playing the game might not even bought it yet. And for those people, the Mark I, Mark II, like probably doesn't even matter. So I think most, you see it when you log on Spectrum, almost most of the activity seems to be in concierge chat, right? These are big spenders that tend to be focused on the game. And they're not that bothered, I don't think, about the Mark I, Mark II, because they just buy stuff anyway. So I feel like that's probably why there hasn't been a huge backlash, is because most of the people who spend the minimum amount probably aren't that passionate about the game. That's not a criticism of those people, to be very clear. I just think that we are over-indexed on big spenders at the moment, and you see that by how busy Concierge Chat is on Spectrum. You see that by
Yeah.
the number of Polaris and Idris ships flying around the verse.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a shame for those OG backers of the Aurora. If you literally just bought an Aurora starter package, you kind of have to pay more to get the new one. I kind of feel like that sucks a bit.
Yeah, I am nowhere near the spender that most of the core players are. I have a ship pledged, but I don't really intend on going over that. And I don't really have the means to go over that. But the interesting thing about these ship releases, especially with the Wolf, I fell in love with the Kruger Wolf, and I just accepted that I'm not gonna see this ship for at least like a month or 2 months when it comes back into game and is purchasable in game. And when it came in, I have it. You know, when the wipe comes, it'll be gone. But that's kind of the same attitude that I have personally. So my original idea of, Mark IIs for me personally is I wasn't really intending on purchasing it with real money. I was intending on purchasing it in game. So for somebody like me, I feel like it's an interesting concept, So I don't know. There is that kind of discord with purchasing stuff in game versus purchasing stuff out of game,
which I think is fair enough until you get to the point with this where the Aurora is basically a starter ship. So for most people, this probably isn't the ship you buy in game. Like, you could say that for the Hornet. For people who own a starter ship, the Hornet might be their first combat ship upgrade, so buying a Mark II in game is fine. Whereas for the Aurora, most people aren't going to go back and buy a smaller starter ship. Although, if it does become available for Alpha UEC, you should totally do it for the Mark II Aurora, because it's really fun to fly. But I think a lot of people that are kind of buying the ship would buy it as this is my starter ship, and then I'll buy the rest in game, so...
The biggest thing I think CIG needs to communicate to people about these ships is the reason they're doing this is because, well, I mean, honestly, Rasak said it in chat, it's tech debt. They wouldn't be... I know that they've always talked about having different years models of ships, and that was something that Chris wanted to do, but there are a lot of things that Chris says he wants to do that just aren't going to happen in this game. And I don't think that... if they had this tech debt problem, I don't think they would be pursuing Mark IIs like this. But the fact of the matter is they got better at making ships over time, and the first ships that they made are wildly outdated. Some of them can be updated. Like, some of them will still work and continue. I think the Caterpillar is probably going to stay the Caterpillar, right? That was a very old ship. But some of them just simply won't. And the Aurora was one of them, and so they have to find a way to upgrade it without probably getting sued for changing the thing that people bought in the original pitch, right? So it's a weird situation for them to be in. But like Forrester said, yeah, it's not going to matter to people in 6 years what version of the Aurora they're getting. They're getting the one that is new, the one that comes with the game. It's more so they get into a little bit of a sketchy area when they start to say, well, we're doing this because we want to make sure everything's up to date for 1.0. All those people who invested in the... Oh, no, I can't say invested. All those people who spent money on this and helped to back the game to be made, thank you for that money. But we need to focus on these new people.
Right.
And I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but...
I don't think they have a problem with radically changing ships and making them completely different to what people expected. I don't think they've got any problem doing that. I can think of a few examples where they've already done that. I think this is, we want to like recoup some of basically the money for the development time that we spent. And we tried this with the Hornet Mark I. It kind of worked. I've bought an Aurora Mark II. I quite enjoy it. It's my new starter ship. So I think it's probably a financial decision rather than we're worried about being sued kind of decision. I think the other interesting thing, sorry, just on the Mark II, I've just remembered I wanted to talk to you about it because I thought you might have some thoughts. I think this is a really interesting form of modularity, because what we've got with this new combat module is not just the missiles, which is kind of like the torpedoes you got with the Tally, but you've also got an additional component slot in the shield generate in there. And I think that the fact that that works and the technology for that all hooks up to the rest of the ship and the engineering gameplay is actually really interesting and opens up some interesting options. So, for example, could you have a new module for the Redeemer where instead of it being torpedoes or cargo in the middle, you've got like a heavy power plant and a heavy shield generator, and suddenly it's not a stealth Redeemer, it's not Redeemer, what am I thinking of? Torpedo one, Retaliator. The Retaliator, and it's no longer a stealth bomber, it's a like combat Tally variant where you've got like big power plants and big shield generators, and just like the fact that they can do that modular approach where these modules can have components attached to them, I think is actually a really big win. I've not heard many people talk about, and I say that as a Javelin owner. I'm excited for what that could mean.
That is pretty cool, actually. It would be crazy to see battery modules start to come out for ships.
Yeah.
That's another thing with crafting. When crafting comes in for ships, it's going to be pretty interesting how people, the different types of things.
That's something I was very happy that they made clear at the end of 2024, was that engineering and the power that we put into like our thrusters and and even now we're discovering our radar with 4.7, like our power and engineering will affect how our ship performs. It's not just everything flies at a capped top speed. That was really good to hear. But Ferrister, going back to what you said, so you feel you think they are lying about the incompatibility issue?
What do you mean the incompatibility issue?
Like that they want to, that whole thing that they want to update these ships so that they're not having to change the old ship too much with the Mark IIs.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old and cynical. Like ultimately, the Mark I's are still in game for now, so they are there. They are supported. I guess I've got experience in things like DCS World, where module compatibility has kind of failed over time. Now it's a slightly different situation because sometimes those modules are third-party developers, but I have bought aircraft in DCS World that are no longer in the sim, and others that have problems and things like that. I think we know that some of the older ships are more problematic than some of the newer ships, and I think if they're not actively on sale, the incentive to update those is going to be quite low, because why would you fix a ship that is literally making you zero money? Whereas if it was a problem with the Aurora Mark II, that might be your default choice of starter ship for people, so that might be quite high priority to fix. Maybe I am just cynical, right? In fact, I probably am just cynical.
No, I think you're right there.
But I think they're signing themselves up to say that we're going to maintain these ships that are with older tech. They are probably going to be the more problematic ships. So I wonder whether it might just get to a point where you just say, actually, that's so much work to do, it's just going to go to the bottom of the queue, and it means that if you own an Aurora Mark I, it's going to be really buggy and nobody's going to want to fix it.
Yeah. And that's why I say I'd be worried about it if it is financial as opposed to just a tech debt fix. Because as much as a Mark II is cool for a ship that's outdated, as much as a Mark II is cool for any ship, really. I don't like any other space nerd. I like spaceships, but like they're always going to have to maintain these things. And we already know MMOs are expensive to run outside of having 500 distinct ships to need to support. So when we think about the end game of Star Citizen and like, do we want to have 200 developers dedicated to making sure all the ships are up to date? Or do we want to have 200 developers making sure that every star system has a custom storyline going on every year? I'm not saying that's the one or the other. It's not a zero-sum game, but when we think about developer numbers and money, when Star Citizen hits 1.0, I hope that there's more focus on the world they're building and the space we're experiencing as opposed to the ships that we have and maintaining them, you know?
Yeah.
On this topic, sorry, we're going to get even more controversial. The Aurora Mark II, the lesser known major thing it did was it essentially eliminated the $45 starting price for Star Citizen. When they brought in the Aurora Mark II, they replaced the Mustang in the, I think they call it the Citizen Starter Package. The Mustang was the $45 starter package to get you into the game. That is gone. They have replaced the Mustang with the Aurora Mark II, but they added it at a marked off price of $45. So you don't see the price increase right now. But whenever that sale ends, the price for Star Citizen will officially be $60 for the first time. How do you guys feel about the way they're doing that?
I think this is interesting. I made a video a while back that was kind of directed towards the people that were on the fence about the game. And I just basically said, I paid $45 for this game. And, I have pledged a ship beyond that. But for a long time, 6 months, I was just the $45 guy. And I thought my whole thing was like, sure, you're going to run into bugs, but $45, I mean, I've gotten like 6 months of entertainment from this, and I play every day. So I thought that $45 was a really good thing. Now they've got a lot of stuff in the game compared to last year. But I mean, they've got like Pyro, Nyx, and all this stuff, and a lot of things to do. Hathor, Onyx, now Rockbreaker. But that $60 thing. I saw you put that video out the other day, and it is interesting. It's an interesting thing. So I don't know. There's money to be made.
Well, how much?
I think it depends. So I don't know. I don't know if I can talk. Can I talk about streaming services on here? I think I can. I have Disney.
You have to mention if
Disney
you're sponsored,
Plus.
Ferrister.
I have Disney Plus. I'm not sponsored by Disney Plus. I have never paid the full price for Disney Plus. I've only ever bought it when it's on offer.
Totally sponsored.
There are things where I'm part of affiliate programs where I would say to people, do not pay full price for this, because these people run a sale every 2 or so months, wait for a sale, right? And this could be one of those things where at the moment it's $45 for a pretty decent starter package for a pretty decent ship, and that is quote unquote discounted. I regularly see these quote unquote discounts running at like free fly events or like those few times a year. So it might just be that you just say to people, yeah, if you want to buy Star Citizen, just make sure you buy it at one of these times of the year where they've got one of the big sales on, right? Because that's the time you buy it. So yeah, I don't know. It might be like one of those marketing things where they also know that, and in their minds, this is a $45 package, but they like to have it saying $45, which is down from $60, so you're getting a great deal, but then really they don't actually expect to sell them at $60. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I've been in the practice of only buying games on discount for this entire year. Besides Star Citizen, I bought it for $45. But an interesting thing, I will say, you can see it in my video. I titled the video, "So is Star Citizen a Scam?" which is something that I Googled when I mean, that title is something that I put into the search bar when I was trying to figure out the game. So, but when I was making that video, I went to the starter package page, and I could only find the $60 one, and I had to go to a specific link to find the $45 starter pack, and I linked that, and you can watch that video. It's in the intro. So I don't know. There's interesting tactics, I think.
Yeah,
personally,
it was inevitable. I mean, it's definitely going to go up in price. I was wondering how they were going to do it, and I figured last year after they took the Aurora off, it was going to come back at 60. I was still kind of wondering, were they going to try and somehow have the other $45 package still remain? But I think this was inevitable, and I was just not sure when it was going to happen.
I think the other thing that, to be fair, I have to call out is the cost of everything is going up. So
True.
I've just quickly put into the Bank of England inflation calculator for those who love the Bank of England inflation calculator. But
One of
40
my top visited websites.
top is some of my favourites. £45 in 2020 is now £57.92. So you could argue that actually a $45 package from 6 years ago is worth about $60 now anyway, just through the cost of everything going up. So
Yeah.
not to defend that, it's still a lot of money, but you could argue that that's just a reflection of the world that we live in.
Well, it's interesting too because a lot of people assume most of the money that comes into this game comes from big ship purchases, and I'm not saying that's not true, but clearly they're like, you do have to calculate how much money are we spending on devs because the price of living is going up as inflation goes up and all this stuff is happening.
Mm-hmm.
We have to pay more to these devs, which means we need to make more on the bottom line, and so I mean they've been selling it at $45 for 14 years, right? So.
Yeah.
It should have come up, and I think most people were thinking, well, it will come up when it becomes a real game. So at this point, you're like, will I pay $60 for an alpha? I would say most people should not. It's still the same answer, but for people who like space games, go ahead.
Also, the cool thing about Star Citizen is that the subscription is optional. With World of Warcraft, you pay $15. I've spent way more money on World of Warcraft the past 2 decades than I will Star Citizen. I mean, that's in the 4K range because of that.
This is it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the amount that you actually pay per hour you play depends on how much you play. And if you pay, I think this $45 package at the moment is actually quite fair value. I think the ship you get is good and the game is, I think, pretty fun. Like if you pay $45 and then you play the game every single day for a year, I think you've more than got your money's worth for that.
Even $60. I mean, let's be honest. I feel
and we just value games differently now. When we were kids, you could say, this game is $60. I'm going to hand it over to this person. They're going to hand me the disc and I'm going to walk home with it. And like, you got your $60 there. That's it. You kind of had to depend on that. But now it's like, if you like space games and you don't mind a janky environment, there are all the other games that you could and probably should try, but Star Citizen offers updates every couple months. It offers an experience that's hard to get in other games. You get access to everything for the buy-in price, and it's a live service. You're joining events. You're getting to play with friends. Like there is value being added over time. I don't think it's worth a $60 purchase for most people, but I do think that is going to change the equation for folks a lot.
And maybe they'll have more refunds and they'll switch it back. I don't know. But I think that just on what you're saying, half my channel is Red Dead Redemption 2. If you want to play a cowboy game, you can play a lot of cowboy games. There are a lot out there. But even if you don't want to play it, there's one game you really can't ignore, and that's Red Dead Redemption 2. I think space games, especially space MMOs, there are a lot out there, but there's one game you can't ignore, and I think that's Star Citizen. And I think that Squadron 42, for a single campaign, I think that's probably going to be the one game that you can't ignore for space solo campaigns. So
that actually sets us up for our next topic quite well. To wrap things up today, this has been really about the major directions of Star Citizen and where we're going. We didn't touch on everything that I was wanting to, but I think we got a really good lay of the land of kind of how things are progressing. So to wrap things up, I want to switch angles a little bit and talk about Squadron 42. This is, I think, the make or break for this entire project. If Squadron comes out and it fails, I don't think they're going to be in a very good place, just based off of kind of the investments that they're paying back and the timelines and all of that. But it is still looking like it's supposed to be coming out this year. Marketing hasn't picked up. They haven't made their official announcement. Invictus approaches. There's a lot of talk surrounding this. So I'll pose to you guys, what are you expecting from Squadron 42? Do you expect it to be a good game? Do you expect it to be middle of the park or a failure? And on top of that, what do you think it needs to be for Star Citizen?
Yeah, so
Fairstream's the OG director, so go first.
well, I made a video about this a couple of weeks back, being like, "Hey, it's 2026. We don't have a release date yet," and I got a very mixed response to that video. I think all the mood music seems to be everybody saying we're still aiming for 2026, but it almost seems to be purposely ambiguous. And my gut feel is I think they're probably waiting to see. I think the game will be able to be ready this year. I think they're probably waiting to see what the external environment is like because they want Squadron 42 to be a really big hit. It's got an A-list cast. It is going to be, I think, a great single-player game, but they're going to want to make sure that they launch that at a time when it's going to have the biggest impact. So I don't think, my gut feel is I think it could be ready this year. I think it'll probably end up down to the wire. It always does, but I think it's potential. I think probably the go or no-go decision will be more about what's going on externally. I expect from Squadron 42 an incredible game. I think it's going to be quite different to what a lot of people have seen of late, in that I think it's going to be as much a cinematic experience as a gameplay experience. So I think people will be quite surprised by like the length of some of the cutscenes and things like that. So it's going to feel somewhere between like playing an incredible video game and watching an incredible movie. But I think the experience is going to be really, really good. I think it's going to be something quite different from what a lot of people have seen in some of the more modern titles, because I think those tend to skew more towards gameplay, but particularly for people that enjoy story-driven games, I think it's going to be incredible. I don't know that it's going to prepare people for Star Citizen in quite the same way, because Star Citizen is almost pure gameplay. Like, there's no cutscenes, there's no story. It's just a similar type of game in the same universe. So I don't know how much crossover there will end up being, but I think it will certainly increase interest in Star Citizen. But personally, I'm really excited for Squadron 42. I bought Star Citizen to play Star Citizen. Squadron 42 was kind of a nice bonus, but like watching the CitizenCon demo, hearing people talking about it, speaking to some of the devs that have been working on it, like, I'm excited to play it. I'm excited to experience it.
Yeah, it's sounding really exciting. And I just want to interject there real quick. You had mentioned the kind of scene of the year and the release. Do you think that because at the end of last year, Archetype announced that Exodus would be coming out in 2027, which was a possibility for 26, and then actually just this week, Owlcat just announced that their Expanse game is coming out next year rather than this year as well. So I'm not going to try and convince everyone these are direct competitors. I do think people are interested in space games, story-based space games in general. But do you think that may have had any effect? Like maybe they were watching those releases this year to judge what the second half was going to look like?
My gut feel is I think GTA 6 is the big one they're avoiding. I don't think they're too worried about competition from other space games because they've got such an all-star cast for this. Like, I feel like this will be the talking point for space games. I think the hope is that actually the potential reach for this is broader than just people who are interested in space games. And I mean, when you watch the cinematic trailer for Squadron 42 from CitizenCon, like it looks incredible. I think it will have a much broader appeal if they can get it in front of people's eyes, and they can use some of those A-list names to say, you know, Mark Strong is in it, Henry Cavill is in it, Mark Hamill is in it, Gillian Anderson is in it. Like, the opportunity to get it in front of people's eyes is huge. When GTA 6 releases, nobody anywhere is going to be talking about anything other than GTA 6. Hit or miss, like that is going to dominate the headlines. And I think they probably, and I don't know, right? I don't work in marketing. It's almost a shame that Starjump isn't here because probably would offer much more considered thoughts than I would. But my gut feel is they want to be on the front pages of everything with this game because it has the promise to be epic. But to do that, they'll need to avoid GTA 6 because that is just going to be on the front pages of everything. They're going to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in marketing for that game, and the hype for it is going to be unreal.
Yeah, ad prices are going to skyrocket as soon as GTA starts its marketing campaign. And I feel like, you know, if Squadron is October and GTA is November, they're going to be running very close marketing campaigns. Even if they're not competing, that just makes everything more expensive for CIG, less eyeballs.
Tomato, question for you. I saw that you did a financial. Is CIG kind of within the same ballpark or ahead from last year, first quarter?
Well, the financials we get are for the year prior, so we only have 24 so far.
Okay. Anyways, so for Squadron 42, I think that one, I agree with Ferrister. I think that the idea that they're going, speaking as a content creator, the minute that GTA 6 comes out, I'm gone from every game. I'm doing content about that. I'm playing that game for the next couple of months. And it's just too much of a big opportunity. The thing with Squadron 42 is, I think for a lot of people in the community, in the Star Citizen community, they think that that Star Citizen is the main game, and it might be. I don't know, but I think for some people, the main game is Squadron 42. I've talked to people on Reddit that don't play Star Citizen. They're like, I just backed this for Squadron 42, still waiting for it. So I think that Squadron 42 is going to capture, if it's good, and I think it's going to be good. I think the question of whether it's going to be good, just based on the gameplay, the trailers, how people are talking about it, how Chris talks about it, how the devs talk about it. I think I would bet money on that it's going to be a great game. But I think that lost my train of thought here, but the idea that sorry.
No problem, dude.
I was just totally lost my train of thought, but
Star Citizen will do that to you.
Yeah,
I know,
it's too
right?
much
I
to
know.
think about.
It is
will,
too much.
I agree with you though. I think it will be a good game. You thinking that it's gonna attract a certain type of player?
Yeah. So I think that it's going to attract an entirely different audience base, personally, because there are people that don't want to play MMOs. They don't, and whether or not we all want Star Citizen to be polished when that comes out, so there's like the maximum conversion over to Star Citizen. I don't even think that they're thinking about that personally, because imagine a world where they sell 1 million copies. Imagine a world where they sell 2 million copies or 5 million copies. I mean, in a year or two, like that would be insane for the revenue of the business. So I think that it'd be a really good thing for Squadron 42 to release at like a maximal impact moment. I would think that if they wanted to go before GTA 6, it would be in the middle of the summer or early summer, which we would be seeing advertisements for.
Yeah.
I think that GTA 6 is coming out November 19th. I don't know. I think that 2027 probably more realistic in my opinion. And I think that it's just going to be, as far as like solo campaigns, especially once word gets out that it's like a good game, it's a solid game. And I think that the people that don't play Star Citizen are going to play that game. I think it's going to be a huge moment for the company. But I think the question is not whether it's good, it's whether they get that maximal impact correct. So
yeah, it's got to be a good release. We'll see though. Guys, I want to wrap it up there. This has been an extra long one, and the half the screen has dropped out, so as you can tell, a very intense conversation, folks, if you did come into the show live. But I appreciate everybody for coming and watching, listening if you are after the fact. Ferrister and Primo, thank you guys so much for joining me for this talk.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, can we, one last time before we go, any last thoughts you have about the topics we talked about, Squadron 42, anything you want to get off your chest, and give people one last reminder about where they can find your content?
Go ahead, Firster.
No other thoughts on Squadron 42, other than I'm excited to fly a javelin in it. I think that will be fun. And I still can't explain why the Gladius Dun Levy exists. I think it's been an interesting conversation. It's been really nice to meet you, Primo, and good to chat as always,
Yeah.
Space Tomato. I'm on YouTube, youtube.com/Forrester, and I can usually be found lurking in various places as well.
The lurk. Thanks for
Yeah.
being here, man. Primo?
Thanks for coming in, or thanks for having me. And it's a wonderful community to be a part of, the Star Citizen community. And so yeah, you can find me on Twitter, X, as Primo Says Things, and on YouTube. So just thank you for having me.
Yeah, dude. Thank you for coming on. I've been watching your videos for a while, and I think we bounce into each other every once in a while on Twitter.
Yeah.
Appreciate the more of like the newcomer angle that you're taking with the content, and
Yeah,
thank you for coming on.
The one thing that I will say as a closing statement, my heart goes out to the OGs, Ferrister. I mean, the people that have held the line, and it's so interesting to come in as a new player that doesn't have those tethers, doesn't have those, not tethers, but just doesn't have that perspective of what the game was originally promised. I'm just coming in as, when I first made the first video, it's like I didn't even know what Squadron 42 was. And it's just interesting to see the OGs and how much commitment they've given, and I just have to have a big thank you to those people, because they're the reason why I'm playing the game.
I find it so weird that you call me an OG, because I'm like, I only backed in 2014. Like, I'm quite late to the party compared to the Kickstarter guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like that, huh? All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for coming to this show. Thank you, everybody, for watching the Citizen Central podcast. We do this one. It's occasional. We're starting to get back into the rhythm of things, though. So once a month, I try to bring in some creators, streamers, some folks who are making content around Star Citizen to talk about Star Citizen and what's going on. So if you're into that, make sure to subscribe to Space Tomato 2. Check out the playlist for this podcast in the content. And also check out Launch Sequence. We do that every week with a one-on-one talk. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. If you're here live, stick around. We're still playing. We're actually jumping into a massive 40-plus person crafting operation with my org. So we'll be getting to some gameplay after this, and I will be back with you guys. Otherwise, if you're just watching this after the fact, I hope you enjoyed this talk, had a great time, got some good information, maybe some entertainment, and I will see you guys all in the next one.
I am gonna have to dash because I'm gonna have to put these kids to bed. And I'm supposed to be on with Astropub soon as well. No, you're fine. Primo, it's lovely to meet you. The other thing I was going to say to you, Keenan, was just, your video on financials. The bank is pronounced Coots, like.
Alrighty, y'all. We're back. Hello! Hey, look at that. The camera's actually working. Good to see you. Hi. It's a stream. I'm streaming. It's a real stream this time. We're actually going to be playing the game. I was able to get the camera working. Somehow. And now that the podcast is done, we've got some big things to go do. Now, while I've been doing the podcast, the org has been in game getting started on some crafting. For those of you who don't know, we are very industrial as an org, but we do everything, all the things. And today, we have gotten together currently with about 40 people, and we are blueprint hunting, farming, and crafting on a mass scale in every star system and Star Citizen right now at the same time. So I'm going to take you in. We only have about 20 minutes left on the streamathon, so we'll be wrapping things up pretty quickly today. But I will be taking us in. We'll get a couple of looks at what they're doing, kind of the gameplay that's going on, how it's working, and I'll show you what we can in that time so that hopefully you can see kind of what orgs are doing going into the age of crafting. And if you're interested in this kind of thing, make sure to jump in. Come join us on GII. !org will make it pop up. Anybody is allowed as long as you don't murder folks all the time and like kill people and stuff. And our main goal really is to create more and more interesting content on a group scale that allows everybody to get into what Star Citizen is meant to be. First goal, home lock. Home lock with a sub starting us off for the day. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you putting a little bit extra time on the... Oh. Hello. Good luck on your run, y'all. I just respawned in the Onyx facility. I don't know why. Wasn't I like crafting last? Oh no, we had the, I got all the loot. Okay, we got to get out of here. Let's get going. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have to both drop off all of our stuff and then meet up with the boys. Maverick, thank you for the 69 bits. Very nice, dude. And Hipita with the 5 subs to start off the Toes Gang for the day. Folks, if you're new to this streamathon, we got a lot of stuff going on. So we've been going for 4 days now. Which surprises me. Ah! God. In that time, we have hunted blueprints, done some crafting, given away a gray cat shiv, or given away a gray shiv, given away a Avenger Titan game package. We've unlocked a VR stream in a couple of weeks, and we're giving away an Aurora Mark II today. So if you're interested in getting into this game and you don't have a copy of it and you'd like one, we've got one for you. ! Giveaway will make that link pop up. In addition, as you can see, oh, they don't have a freaking hanger for me here. As you can see, we got a Toes Gang. Thank you very much. All the people who keep this stream going in a big way get put on the Toes Gang. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please visit us again.
Apparently Weaponized is looking for the stream to go a little bit longer out here. And suddenly I have to eat 7 olives. Cool. So that's another thing we're doing, guys. Whenever I get a certain amount of subs, I have to do push-ups. Whenever we hit hype trains, I have to eat olives. I forgot about that side of it, but apparently that's also a thing. Demon 6. 2-bit bandit. Thank you guys both. Look at the freaking massive drops of subs out of here. I'm not doing a plank. You and your plank. $69 subs is a nice touch, dude. Thank you guys both so freaking much, man. That was huge. And thank you very much. Pass, which is also a great name. Sir Puffink Pass with 5 memberships on YouTube and Mancher with 5 on Twitch. What happened? Where? Ow! Where did this come from? Holy crap! Ah! Puff. Big Pass with the 5 memberships on YouTube, guys. I gotta get in my ship before I can do these push-ups. I'm gonna have so many push-ups to do now. Oh my god. That's what, 89, 94. Wait, give me a ship. Thank you very much. That's almost 30 freaking push, and that's 30 push-ups. Let's get my ship, and then need the stream to last longer. Well, I do have, my family is coming over today, so even if we do push about 5 hours from now, I will have to cut the timer and we'll have to continue on Monday because my family's coming over and I do have to host them. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think we would go that long. But we'll just keep going as long as we need to go, we'll do it. I get to show you guys more of the game. That's good times, and what we're about to see is going to be pretty cool with all of the orc working together. What's the secret code for the giveaway? I think it's day 4, I believe. How much money did I spend on pledges? In total? For myself, I have bought, I believe, 4 ships, I want to say. I started out with the 325A, and then I bought a 100 series when they came out. What else did I get? I think I somehow had a Cutlass Black. I don't know how, but I spent a little bit of money on top of that to trade it up to a C1 Spirit. I think there's one other ship I have. For myself, pledges, I would say probably a few hundred, $300-400. Overall, our account has spent somewhere around $5,000 to $6,000. We did a lot of giveaways for a while. MK me tomat. What? Alright, so we need to go turn in real quick. I'm just gonna get us back to New Babage, and then we will link up with the org. I just want to turn this stuff in that we have. Actually, I could just go back to Mike L1. Hey, Grollo. Only 2 patch deaths. Is that still accurate, guys? Is that still right? Have I died again? Level 7 hype train. That's fantastic. Well, thank you to Brigadier Bo, Hipita, 2-Bit Bandit, Demon 6R, Weaponized, Maverick. Y'all are homies. Thank you for getting that hype train going and for keeping the stream going pretty long. I'll be right back. Enjoy this trip. I'm going to go check in with Mrs. T. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was fast. Why is the Avenger so quick? Pepita! Thanks for gifting out that sub to Demon. Wait, you gifted out a sub to Demon who gifted out tons of subs to... Demon gifted out another 20 subs! Brother, what? Are you telling me that Twitch didn't just give you a sub after that kind of beautiful energy? That's just rude. Did you guys see how close I just got to running into that ship? Holy crap. That would have been extremely embarrassing. How many freaking push-ups do I have to do now? How do you even almost run into a ship in space? Somebody wants that Aurora Mark II, Ava. Ava, do you mind sending me a party invite? Or I guess Frenchie would be the person to ask.
Landing gear deployed.
20 push-ups and a plank for 1 minute. Sick. You're sick.
Complete. Engines offline.
Rig has party lead? Ah, who made that kind of decision? Gross. All right, let's do our push-ups. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Whew. I don't think my tits are hurting that bad today. Ah. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No! Stop it! Stop! You Mrs. Tomato. Aren't you sick? All right. Second set. I'm just gonna bust them all out right now.
You're weak! You are weak! You can't do this!
7, 8, 9.
You are weak! I don't know how they do it.
12, 13. Oh my god. 15. Holy shit. Alright. We're done with the subs. Let's just play the game now. I'm good. Guys. Health good. Let's make I'd prefer a squat program, man. I would love some like, who doesn't want to work on their butt instead of their chest, right? I know the garden's more on the team booty. I had a party invite, but it timed out. Ooh, okay. What I'm probably going to want is a tractor beam as well. A full-size tractor beam. We can get that somewhere else. Let us coordinate. Hello, Mr. Game. I have come to join you all. What is this room doing? What are you guys collecting? Rig has party lead, right? Cool. I'm gonna go poke him real quick. Mr. Rig? Toes. Mr. Rig, I was just informed by Mrs. Tomato that you are no longer allowed to be in the org. But also before you go, can you give me a party invite? Cool, great. And then we never want to see you again. What are you guys up to in here? Okay. Nice.
Rotating.
Yeah, I got a 30% 808 here. 809.
We got 630, just shy of 5%.
650 for
Iron
the
on the
bottom
top one.
657 for the bottom one.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a moment because I got out of the ship, but it was too early. I will try to use the Optimus. Which one was the Argus?
The one in the middle. Oh, that's 43,000 mass. I don't think we're gonna touch that.
You can do it. Try it.
506. So this one is 657. This one directly in front of the cockpit is 657.
God, all these connection messages are just like
Sorry,
making me go squirrel every time.
I still have 400.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, I can't get my stream deck to work. Of course. Who would expect the tech to actually do what it's supposed to do? It's probably a software glitch, but that means that I'm gonna have to be pretty clunky with how we are listening to everybody else talking. So sorry about that. But we're gonna try and go and check out what everyone's doing now. Still haven't gotten that friend request or that party invite yet.
So let's see if I remember how to do it.
Rig, did you send that party invite?
Yes, I did. I will send another one.
Okay. Yeah, it never popped up.
On the way.
Thank you.
If it comes through.
Okay, it's just... There we go. It's not coming through.
Ava is saying in TeamSpeak that you might have to go to menus in order to get the party invite. There's some kind of problem going on.
Sweet. Ruben and
Yeah, I think
W,
we got
thank
the
you guys
most out of
both.
This, Aaron. But
Man, I hate computer technology so much, guys. Like I'm so oh man. Looks like there's one specific button on my Stream Deck that is not working. I don't know why. Yeah, so it's just a single button that doesn't work for some reason. Which I guess is how all this technology is. You've been picking up those science things in Onyx? There's a lot more reason to actually run contracts now, huh? This update made you realize you never touched collection. Huh. Yeah, I've not really done it very much. That doesn't look like a mining vessel. Are you sure you're playing the right patch? Mr. Kraken! Hello, dude! Good to see you. Am I playing the right patch? I can't even get into the patch first. And believe it or not, that's not because of Star Citizen. It's because of the rest of my my stuff. Okay. Preferably now we can do the things we need to do. So, first goal, we're going to go out and see what kind of minerals people are collecting and see what kind of blueprints people are getting. What's up, Skippy? I'm still online. Oh, we only went live 2.5 hours ago. What happened to the countdown timer? There it is. 3 hours and 41 minutes left. Who this? Ow. Uh-oh. Somebody just died in front of me. So, how's it been going so far? How are things moving, Frenchie?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Interesting. Yeah, that's... I noticed that yesterday when we were basically trying for... I mean, we tried for like 3 hours to find Genelite and Pyro. We couldn't. And then we went to Microtech, and people were able to find high-quality Microtech much faster.
Please visit
Yeah,
us again.
yeah. And the quality doesn't seem to actually be that high on average compared to the other. So we are, we need to field more people, huh? Sure.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again.
So what are the kind of the specific roles you would say, Frenchie, that would help a lot during this kind of an operation? Skilled miners?
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So... Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'll wait. Sounds like you guys are mining.
Please visit us again.
No news on the Raylan, but it is coming out in June. So, I mean, that's all the news we really need, I guess. We have a confirmed release date for it.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
What in the world, dude? That's good. But it sounds, so you said that for something like this, we would want skilled miners, specifically scouts. So the biggest thing it seems like is finding high quality materials and getting that information back to the miners quickly. So my question there, I think the most important things to determine is, do scouts need to be in mining vehicles? Or is it a radar thing?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
But if we could get ships with a bigger radar that have more detection space, it might be more efficient that way. I see.
Your vehicle has been moved to our your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your insurance, thank you.
So we probably want
Please visit us.
golems or small miners to be scouts. Second question then would be, what is the most efficient way for them to get that information to the mining crew without disrupting the process? Writing it down somewhere that they can have a record to go find it later. So another possibility would be possibly using mission boxes or something else. Yeah. So is that something that feels like it would work smoothly here, or is it too much of a problem to try and work into this workflow?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
What's happened so far, Lego? Literally nothing. I've spawned in and I'm trying to get a ship to actually load in without blowing itself up. Cutter Scout does it just as well as a Prospector, but if you don't have the mining mode, it sounds like you can't read the quality or size of the rock. They really need to split out the ability to identify rocks into the radar rather than into mining mode. Is there a reference point system? You usually use a scout to call a miner to them and then move on. Usually use a scout to call to a miner and then have them move on. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. But I'm thinking that is leaving that might not be super efficient, you know? I'd like my scouters to spend more time scouting and not waiting around. Thank you very much. Yo, PK. The real motherfucker PK in the chat, guys. Can we get a shout out from my man? Well, not a shout out, but like a thanks if he gave you a sub. PKP! $15, dude? Thank you, PK. I hope you're having a good day, dude. Problem is the quality material sucks. Yeah. Yeah, the material quality, even in the more quote-unquote late game systems, is not ideal. It has not been super impressive. You can give him a shout out too. Yeah, there we go. PK has been streaming no game. I love that one. As far as you know, you can't pin a location, so you need a way to both ID a good rock and document the correct location. So the best point is grabbing mission boxes or something, and then leaving those at the rocks. But that only works so much because obviously you run out of mission boxes eventually. Being able to share markers is becoming more and more obvious as a downside to this game. Shout-out. Alright, so they are out in Crusader. We're going to make our first stop out with this crew. Who are these people? Lock. Let's see, so that is the Stanton crew. Mining in the Stanton crew. You guys are in the Crusader system right now? No, y'all are spread out, huh? Carlos is over here. We got Siphon over there. Baltzen out at Microtech. To be honest, I am close to Microtech. What you guys doing out here? Clio, huh? Alright, let's go see what they're doing out in Clio. Making this not super obvious where I'm supposed to jump. God, this star map is so exhausting. Okay, so I can't set a route there. Maybe I can set one to Microtech. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go to the quantum beacon. Please. Please, Star Citizen. Leave me alone. Okay, there. I used the quantum beacon. Can we now pretend like it doesn't exist anymore? Just jump anywhere? There we go. Woo! Okay. Abdi, hey dude. Good to see you in the chat, brother. How are you doing today? My favorite Abdi Baba. We having dinner with the fam, dude. What are you up to this weekend? He got the shout out, folks. If you really do care about good Star Citizen content and good art, you would click on that link, give the man a follow, and take a chance, go check out the stream one of these days. Maybe you'll like what you see. Routing also works after jumping without a route. Okay. Always remember to reset the route. Good call. Thank you for that, Nick.
Auto drive is now off.
All right, now we head out to Clio.
Auto drive is now on.
Excuse me. Excuse the hell out of me.
Auto drive is now off. Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now off.
Oh no. Ah, jeez. This is supposed to be fun. What are you guys? What are you doing, huh? You in the mines? Yearning for them? That seems to be the biggest block seems to be finding good material, huh? What's the best stuff you've found so far? Oh man. Well, I guess the nice thing about this is we'll be able to compare what we find in the different systems. I'm still scarred by yesterday.
Engines are off.
What? Dude, that's crazy. That's like the most basic part of it is. Yeah, scouting for materials just became top dollar occupation. Yeah. It was working for me yesterday. Chip might be bugged.
Engines are on. Takeoff complete.
That's weird. Yay. How's this Terranite rock looking, Maverick? What is this? So, what is the group focusing on? Specific materials or mainly just whatever we can find right now?
Landing gear raised.
Not right now. Not unless you want to make ammo. Like, who wants to craft ammo right now? Yeah. Is anybody doing jet hunting right now? I hate F right now. Let me know when you find not Aphrodite or Dolomite.
Quantum drive is now on.
Nice. Thoughts on the Mark II so far? I like it. Oh, what the? Really gonna take me out of Quantum just because I changed my wings? I like it. I like the, what's going on? My tension's off. I like almost everything about it. I do agree that I think it should be an easy upgrade, easy seamless upgrade for people who have the Mark I, seeing as how this is the continuation of the ship they got when they backed the game, and this will likely be the one that continues the legacy and the path that the original Aurora was supposed to take. Well, that one is a legacy now. I like the interior. It feels Aurora-like, the interior. They did a good job on that. I love the wings. I like flying it like this more, to be honest. I like the wings. I like how they have done just enough to make it fit the old Aurora like this. And I think they probably could have made it a little more obvious that the ship should be flying like this to keep that Aurora feel to it. But it's definitely an evolution on the design. And it feels like what you would get if you took a ship from 800 years prior, 600 years prior, and said, let's make it for the new age. I think the bigger thing that comes from this is, like Ferrister mentioned, the fact that we now have modular power systems that can link into engineering. Pretty impressive. And also that the price of Star Citizen has gone up with the release of this game. Can I imagine ammo being scarce in shops? People would flip? Yeah, that would be crazy. But I do think that they need to get around to letting us create different types of ammo soon. Think different types of ammo, whether it's exploding ammo. Like, imagine if you could craft ammo, but in order to make, like, explosive rounds, you had to get normal ammo and then add other things to it and craft that, and it felt truly unique that somebody was shooting a gun with explosive rounds. You can't get those explosive rounds in the shop, right? They're military only, so you have to craft them. And they have higher damage, maybe they're heavier, so they weigh more in your backpack, like all that kind of stuff when it comes to ammo. Really, ammo and batteries and all that kind of stuff is what I'm looking out for soon. Players love making ammo. Let me build things. You know that saying, if you build it, they will come? If you come, they will build it. Don't take that wrong. You did chores with the older kiddo this morning, and now she's napping with Brittany while you hold the 5-month in the rocking chair while she naps. That's beautiful, Updee. A damn family man here. Happy for you, dude. I hope life's treating you well, man. We gotta have a one-on-one again soon. We gotta have a conversation. Thanks for being here, man. Save your ace. Good to see you, dude. 07. You agree you wish they had kept the Mustang pack just for the cheaper price? It's quite a big hike from 45 to 60, although you do get a lot more ships at that price. Yeah, you have a lot more options. I'm guessing the Mustang Mark II is going to be coming soon. But I have no doubt in my mind that the Mustang Mark II will happen because it's in the same space that the Aurora was. It's not going to work with the current game, so they need to make a new version of it. That being said, I do think the Mustang is a better ship than the Aurora in terms of, like, its ability to still be useful to people and interesting. So we are on our way to Nyx. We're going to go check in with the Nyx miners. And then after I do that, I'm actually going to drop into Pyro and help out with mining some tungsten. If we can grab a little bit of that and transport it back to Mike L1, we can start taking orders from the rest of the org, and I can start building some Fresnels for everybody. What do y'all say? Do we start our Emporium right now? Our LMG Emporium? We're kicking off our journey into the player market here with a Fresnel Emporium of all the goods. Come, give me your orders. I will make a nice gun for you. If you're in the org. It's a closed market right now. We actually have our market up and running. A player market has developed inside of CIG, or not CIG, inside of GII, courtesy of Tyrus Rex. So starting this upcoming week, players in GII will be able to go onto the app and say, hey, I need this level quality of this. Can somebody turn it in? And then somebody else can take that order and you guys can set up a meetup in the game. We're going to start allowing this on larger and larger scales across all items in the game. For now, we're starting small with just like the general topics. It's an internal GII system, but over time, we will try to expand this to the point where we can do buy and sell orders between orgs. And we can allow players from outside of GII to start making buy-sell orders so that we can fulfill those orders for you guys. And my folks can get paid for it. If you're interested in that kind of gameplay, that's really what we're all doing right here. That's what I'm going to meet up with these guys to do. And it's going to be a much bigger part of our org in the next couple weeks. Yeah, Tungsten and Pyro. You can find some pretty good tungsten on the moons of Pyro 5. Seeing most bonuses in handling, you wonder what gun would benefit most from being crafted. I think the P8 AR is going to be really interesting to see crafted. You're hoping for agriculture, as was the original concept. Growing food and getting fuel are the biggest pushbacks against space exploration. I think you're going to be satisfied with agriculture. They're already talking about nutrition fabricators, farming, ranching. As soon as we can make a fence and tractor beam a cow into it, you can start. You know, I think if there is a way to get certain fauna and reliably know those fauna make a certain quality of harvestable, then farming will be an industry. And there will be a strategy to it. And there will be a lot of meta there. It's going to be so crazy, dude. This game, if they're able to continue their funding and continue their development and stay healthy, this could be the most ridiculously wide-ranging game. That's a big if, though. We'll see. I think they'll probably fall short of that crazy pie-in-the-sky idea, but I do think we're headed for something really, really interesting. I'll be right back. We're going to go check on Mrs. T again. See y'all in a minute. Oh! Good afternoon, P. Wolf. We're back. It's good. It's good. We're good, dude. What's up? Where am I? What's going on? Who are we? Jump point. Nesville. Dropping some bits for the chair. You know the chair appreciates it. Can't wait for small-scale farming. You want to set up a little house and start playing RimWorld music. Can you believe, can you, like, the fact that they are planning on doing seasons. You know, I'm sitting here talking about how crazy the game is. But did you know that they're talking about making every planet orbit every star? And those orbits to affect the seasons that the planets go through? And that's not like pie in the sky either. That's actually real. Planet Tech V5 is meant to have support for seasons on planets. Which means that throughout different periods of time, I don't know if these seasons are going to follow, what kind of timetable they'll follow, but throughout different periods of time, you will literally, like, you could build a base that blends into the area around it, and then another season, suddenly it stands out. Chair is cool. Don't lie to me. Chair can be a jerk. Chair's one of those people that makes you feel like you should spend time around them because they're really fun and awesome and nice, but at the end of the day, the chair is only here to use you for one thing. Your butt. You found Battlefield 2042? Well, I'm glad you found it. I like 2142. I don't think they'll have seasons when V5 comes out for Planet Tech. I think it's going to come later, but the tech is supposed to be there for it, the support for it. Uncle Chair has had my back. Thought that was post 1.0 or not at all processed because of math ship movement issues. Nesville, damn it. The freaking dog and the music sign is perfect for the jump. Did I miss a contract share? What contract was it? Was it a good one? Am I sure that the mend weather seasons are not pay-to-win season pass? You imagine, dude? You only get to see the seasons if you pay a subscription. If you don't pay the subscription, then like everything just looks the same. What the hell? Why did my wings just extend? Dude, why didn't they call this thing the Dragonfly? I can't not see a Dragonfly when I look at this ship. Yup. All right. We're Nyx boys now. So I'm gonna head over to the Nyx voice channel for our org and get caught up. Hello, boys. What's the Nyx crowd doing out here? Y'all out in Keeger? Aluminum? Are you guys all the way out in the Keeger belt? Are you? Alright, I'm gonna have to make 2 jumps out to you guys. I want to come see what you're mining. Bother you a little bit, cause problems. Sorry about that. You guys should be able to hear them now.
I think we got all the ships
I
under
didn't.
the hood already.
I didn't realize you guys were muted this whole time from them. Looks like a wasp to you. Yeah, I see that. I can see the wasp. It's just like oh man, dude, I'm such a fucking nerd. I'm like struggling. I'm really having trouble. I want to stay impartial. I want to be neutral. I want to just report on the news and just talk about what's happening. But it's so exciting. The ship is so cool. I want to tell people it's the Aurora, okay? It's not supposed to look this cool. It's just a starter ship. I want to be a responsible content creator, but I also want to be a freaking fan. And this is a cool ship. And I like cool ships. What can I say? I got problems. Sorry about it. But really, this is one of the more interesting small ship designs I think they've ever made. And if it wasn't the Aurora Mark II, I bet it would be a much more celebrated design, because it is a special ship for Star Citizen. It has a lot of stuff going on that's not really that standard. It's got moving wings, it's got VTOL fans, it's got modularity. It is, what else is going on? It's got a weird cargo bay, a split cargo bay, which doesn't really happen too often. And it's a starter ship. By all means, this is the ship that defines Star Citizen's price and release. At the same time, the original Aurora was the ship that determined Star Citizen's price and vibe and release. You know, you always pegged the price of Star Citizen to whatever the Aurora game package sold as. So now that that's gone, it does make me wonder if the Aurora is suddenly a less is it a less substantial ship? Is it like, does it matter as much as the old Aurora? It almost feels like it's becoming just another ship in the game, as opposed to, you know, the Aurora. Now when people ask me, what ship defines Star Citizen, my list has just gotten smaller. It used to include several different ships. At this point, I would say mainly it comes down to the constellation, and who knows what happens when they change that. Sad that the newest ship doesn't even have the lamp, yeah. Even though it's a single-seater, so the tech limitation they mentioned shouldn't apply. I mean, it's a single-seater, but it does have it has an interior. I think that's the key difference. Since it doesn't have an interior, or since it does have an interior, it doesn't have an animating cockpit. And the ones with animating cockpits are the easier ones to apply lamp to. The Endeavor is going to be an interesting ship. I don't know how the hell they're going to do that. The Endeavor is a ship that has to rely on science domes, on mass accelerators, and deep space scanners. What the heck is that gameplay going to look like? Like, what is any of that gameplay going to look like in Star Citizen? Look at this thing. Like, you have to be able to get biodomes inside this ship? Somehow? Oh crap, I just realized. Sorry, I had to resize this screen for the podcast. So like biodomes like this, right? Some of them are gonna be habitation pods like this. One of them is supposed to be like a mass accelerator to do research. Another one's supposed to be a hangar module. This is the craziest ship in all of Star Citizen. I don't know how the hell they're gonna do it. Not my problem though. Let's see. We gotta go land real quick at one of these NICS, People's Alliance civilian space stations. A little stop off, get some fuel, and then we'll get on the rest of our way. I'm guessing it's over here? Yeah. The joys of flying through Nyx. It's fucking huge. You think it's the best starter ship? You were too smart and skipped the $45 starter for the next one up. Had to be better. I mean, yeah. That's the thing is, ultimately they want to get the starting price up to 60 and these $45 ships. You can't just raise those to 60. Maybe research blueprints. Oh, it's always freaking crazy to me when I'm flying past this asteroid to come into the space station. And then I realize that the asteroid is the space station. Nyx is wilding out. We'll make this quick. Never been a fan of the old Aurora. You like the new one? I also do not like the old Aurora. Pretty ugly, in my opinion. Which I guess is funny. I find both the Aurora and the Constellation to be pretty ugly, but I also think of them as representing Star Citizen. You have a very big yet simple idea for data running. It does have to do with the Endeavor. We're going to be doing a greenhouse, I think, sometime soon. Maybe even next Saturday, if we have the time. The Greenhouse Podcast is a community call-in show we do every once in a while. I might just do a general chat episode. You can come in and talk about your data running idea. I mean, that might be something that they start focusing on soon. Damn it. It didn't actually fill me up. I think I'm gonna have to store the ship and bring it back up.
Engines are off.
Old Aurora had charming character. It was goofy. Felt like you were riding around in a sardine can. Sardine. $45 for that ship. It's a good deal. Agreed. Alrighty. So we're gonna store it first.
Your vehicle has been moved to a vehicle
And then bring it back up.
Your vehicle has been delivered.
What will happen with the Mustang Alpha? Will be a Mark III next, because the one we have in game now is technically the Mark II. Not exactly. The one we have right now is a rework. The Marks are like legitimately different ships, right? But yeah, I do think there's going to be a new version of the Mustang. Because they can't change that one enough. Like for the Mustang to work out as a new starter ship, it would need to be bigger than the Delta. Because it needs a bigger interior. Brish! What's up, bro? How's your weekend? Alrighty. Let's make the rest of our trip out there. We're putting a lot of miles on this ship today, huh? I love how you can see the asteroid belt over there. We're basically flying next to it, right? We're kind of cutting the tangent. Asteroid belt's going like this. We're basically just flying through. Would be cool if they brought back the Mustang Omega. Wait, I thought, is it the Delta or the Omega that has the interior? Pretty sure you're having a board, oh, you had a board game night last night? Oh, you can eat good sushi tonight? Ooh. All you can eat sushi. Damn. Oh, the Omega's the AMD. Isn't that just a skin? Is there more of a difference there? Rotating sushi. Yes. Yes. Big fan of that one. Contract shared requesting. It was a gamma with an extra inlet. Ah, okay. Dude, that just makes me think of a belt made out of sushi. All right. So we got some mining groups out here, it looks like. Let's go see what they're collecting.
Torite. Do we need torite?
Probably.
Yeah. It's for weapon.
Oh, shoot. I didn't know Ceruleum came in deposits like this.
Oh, that was a huge rock. We got 12 SCU on board so far.
So far, everything except.
What do we use Ceruleum for? Jesus. Who damaged my ship? Yeah, that'll do it. I'm pretty sure I'm about to blow up. How did I take so much damage? Yeah, it's not avocado this time.
You do have a box on the car.
Yeah, I'm trying to use it. I'm not able to make them work.
Alright, you guys should be able to hear them on that screen now. Sorry about that.
I'll throw into the one SCU container.
Yeah, they worked. It was odd placing it, but it placed space.
It's a lot of asteroids. There's so many asteroids. Oh, this is a cloud. I don't like that. I don't like clouds. Nope, I can't see anything. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Yeah, that's not what you like. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I think there's less clouds if I drop down this way a little bit. Well, hopefully I don't hit an asteroid. Oh my god, where am I? Stop flying. Stop flying. I think, are we on cruise control? Are we on freaking cruise mode? Is that what's going on here? Holy crap. Okay, that was terrifying. We don't have lamp in this ship, folks. Yeah, I kind of saw what was happening there. Y'all almost blew up there?
It was a small rock, but it was blowing.
They were trying to kill you, but
It's harder than that, boys. Not much, though, to be honest.
Flying around in that Aurora tomato, is that your new favorite ship? Did it replace the C1?
God, no. But it's fun. I don't want to claim my C1 right now because I have a bunch of stuff on it.
I think the offstand is better from this one.
I'll let this one cool off a little bit and I'll get it.
Yeah.
The folks want to know what kind of setup you guys are running in this mall right now.
We've got Helix for our main laser. Our left laser is an impact. Our right laser is
Back up, please. Back
off-speed.
up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
We are running Focus 3s. And Filter XLs to filter out the inerts. And some Stampedes just in case.
Sorry about that one, guys. I got away from me.
Stampede's definitely what I was missing yesterday. Torite, though. It's interesting that we find torite out here. The rock cracker, does it always reward you with torite on the inside?
I know it did in the PTU. I haven't tried it in the main patch yet.
It should give you
is
also this ability.
Is this a new material for this patch, or was it in 4.6?
It's for Nix, the new for Nix.
Torite's been around.
Okay. Yeah, but just in Nix.
Yeah.
Let's see, what's it used for?
Some weapons, ammunitions.
Okay.
A little
Anything
low.
else here?
A little low to get those top rocks. Thank you.
700 iron right in front of us.
Ooh, 700. Nice.
You guys found iron?
Yeah.
Finally. We
Half
can
our
make
ship is
ammo.
iron.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I haven't found any.
I've been mining iron all day long.
Yeah, I think there's different in some zone of the ring. What is that?
I find a lot of iron around Levski. Just nav mode out, like 100 kilometers, and there's iron pretty much everywhere.
Oh, that's just all the old abandoned ships from out there.
Well, it's free iron, right?
There's an old abandoned Aurora floating around out here if you guys want to try that.
Kill it. Kill it with fire. Any particular elements you guys are looking for, or just trying to get things of high quality?
Anything good?
Yeah, anything with quality.
And what you been finding out here, besides torite?
A lot of Bexolite.
Bexolite. Huh.
A lot of iron, some Severilium.
Yeah, we've got some aluminum, not a lot, but some.
And a lot of
Severilium. Bexolite. Aluminum, iron.
Hey, it's Ken.
Ice? Any ice out here?
Saw that you're picking up.
We've come across it. We haven't gathered any.
Good luck.
They weren't sure if
No.
we actually needed it for anything.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what their plan is with ice. Cool. And where's your guys, do we have a ship out here that you're turning back into? Or is that still the plan? Every system has a ship?
It was the original plan, but out here we weren't filling up as quickly, so everybody just started mining just to try to find some good stuff.
We had a Idris full of mole bags, but we traded it for a second mole.
Okay. Yeah, we had, I was just with the Stanton guys, and they were definitely saying that the biggest problem was like it's just taking a while to find good quality materials, so I think you guys aren't alone with that.
It's best to have some scouts.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna start. I think we're gonna start working on figuring out a scouting cert and make that a thing that we can more easily call for now. Rick, I'm guessing you guys are talking on TeamSpeak. I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah. Frenchie's got us going in TeamSpeak.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Where is the Pyro jump point? Oh, it's not that far. Alrighty, folks. Next stop is Pyro. We're gonna go and jump in with the Pyro boys. We're gonna see what kind of stuff they are mining and how that's going for them. I'm hoping that out in Pyro we're seeing more tungsten and laranite. So in Stanton we were seeing, God, what were they mining out there? Man, what was Frenchie looking at? I can't even remember now. Let's start with Nyx. In Nyx they were mining Ceruleum, Taurite, aluminum, iron. They were also able to find ice and vexillite. The Stanton boyos, I think they said they had found some iron, but I don't remember what else was going on out there. Yeah, TeamSpeak. We use TeamSpeak for our leadership when we're running these events, so that we can still have tiered comms, since Discord can't seem to get that figured out. And then we use Discord for everybody else. It allows us to still have tiered comms and use TeamSpeak without requiring every single person who signs up for the org to get another platform. But we're hoping that CIG's solution handles tiered comms so we don't have to depend on either of these anymore. What size rocks are you cracking at the moment without the stampedes? Let's see. Hey, quick question. What kind of rocks are you guys seeing in terms of size? Like, what were you just working on?
I think that was, what was that?
20-something mass, I think.
Yeah, 20.
Oh, okay.
20,000.
22, 14.
26, 46, 16. About those sizes.
46 is pretty big.
Yeah, we've been getting some nice big ones. But the high quality stuff in that big giant mass is like anywhere from 1 to 5%.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed. You'll find good quality, but it's usually a low percentage of the actual rock.
I don't really like this change that
75%.
You don't?
Quality. Because you cannot filter.
Yeah, I was just about to say, didn't they say they were working on being able to separate quality into different boxes? I think it was on like the Future of Crafting page, but it's not great. It's certainly not ideal having to just like group it all together like that. Not as organized.
Maybe next year we're finding something.
God, I hope that happens. Hope that happens soon.
Some aluminium.
Ew. Come on now,
That's
Rick.
a good
Say it right.
Put an extra eye in there.
Oh yeah, PK's not here. I can say it. Aluminum. Oh, finally some good
There you
quality.
go.
That was 660.
The bottom one is not.
CIG handling tiered comms, good one, boss man. I mean, what other option do we have? Like, there's nobody's doing it. I think Mumble does it. I think TeamSpeak does it too. I just cannot believe that Discord hasn't felt pressured to do it. Hey, Cypher. You see no reason to craft over buying. If you can't buy, you don't need it. It's too grindy for you, not worth your time. And to be honest, Jive, if there weren't people like you, then crafting wouldn't work. There have to be people who buy over crafting if everybody crafted. I was talking about this the other day. Star Citizen as a game will not work unless they can make game loops that people hate. Because if everyone wants to do every game loop, then no game loop is going to have a dedicated player base that can make profit from it. So it's a good thing that you're there to buy the stuff that other people are crafting. Nix 1 and 4.8, I wish. I don't know. We'll see. There are some signs it could happen, but that would be very soon. With Nix 1, they would have to introduce Starkitect. With Starkitect, they'd have to introduce a lot more outposts around a planet. That's a big jump. Open the point! Hitting every system today. Remember what you guys are seeing as we go to each system, because I'm going to ask you soon which one you guys actually want to settle in and start working with the other people on the team. So let's go check in on the Pyro boyos. God, I gotta repair my ship in the next system. This is an easy jump tunnel. I don't think I've ever gone from Pyro into Nix before. The transitions from green into red. Alrighty. First we're gonna get refueled and then we'll check in with the boys. Hoping to keep the number of outposts low to encourage surviving. It's gonna be high. It's gonna be high because there is a story behind Nix coming into the game. It hasn't. Hundreds of years ago they found Nix, or maybe not hundreds. When did they discover Nix? think Nyx was discovered after Stanton. Yeah, 2582. So Nyx was discovered 400 years ago in lore. And for 400 years, they've basically been looking at the system and being like, dang, this is in a really good position, but there's nowhere to really live because the planets suck and the system is huge. So they left the people to like settle the system, let them do it, you know, on their own, no government. But now, some company came out of nowhere and terraformed the planet. You can imagine that they're gonna go pretty freaking nuts to try and settle it. And they've already been laying the groundwork for that in the loading screens. They're talking about how there's like a ton of people starting to move into Nyx. The UEE has clearly set its eyes on the planet, so they're trying to settle it and put down outposts. There's some big new player who's putting down a lot of different outposts that are militarized that's being reported on, so that's probably going to be a new faction that we go to battle with. And then on top of that, you also have like the People's Alliance, and all of them also are going to be setting down their own outposts. So I think Nyx 1 at least is going to have a lot of outposts on it, but Nyx 2 and 3, the Pyro planets, I don't think those are going to be flooded quite the same. I mean, I think Nyx 3 is a gas giant. No? Maybe not. I can't remember. Alright, let's repair the ship. And we'll grab some fuel too. Hopefully it just works. How much you loving the Mark II? I really like it. It's a nice ship. It's a fun little ship to get around in. I don't think I like it as a daily driver though. Not gonna lie. I think it's a little bit too imposing in its style for me as a daily driver. Like, I want a pretty civilian looking ship for my daily driver, and this one is a bit aggressive. Not to say I don't like it. Just the vibe it gives is a little bit different than what I'm normally looking for.
Landing gear raised.
Okay. I was hoping somebody might be out at Pyro 5. Where in Pyro 5 are they? Vur. Who's out on Vatra? Can't tell. But it looks like we have people around... Somebody's at Checkmate. Nobody's out at Terminus. So yeah, they're mainly around Pyro 5. That's good. Because I feel like Pyro 5 is where most of the good stuff in Pyro is. See if we can go convince them to get some tungsten.
Auto drive is now on.
You want to get in on the Mark II giveaway, but you can never get it to load in. Have you tried a different web browser? I've had web browser problems loading the website. You should also be able to use your points here on Twitch to get extra entries into the Mark II giveaway using your Garden Gold. With a ton of outposts though, there is less likely chance you run into other players as well, and if they start up claims, it feels like they will have NPCs populating the planets too much. When I say a ton of outposts, I don't mean like an outpost every 5 kilometers or anything like that. I mean a ton as in like maybe 100, right? 100 outposts across Nyx 1, you're still gonna have hundreds of kilometers in between each outpost. So I don't think they're gonna crowd it up. I just think it's going to be higher density than what we're used to on something like Hurston because they're switching over to a new tech. And even though we want a certain gameplay and story, I think they're probably gonna try and specifically be testing Starkitect to make sure it works. You look thirsty? Nonsense. We don't drink things around here. Hopefully they get the feeling down and scale them back if there are too many. I think they won't overcrowd it. Even as the first planet where they're testing Starkitect, it's also the test for Planet Tech V5. So new biomes and all that stuff. Like exploration is, I think, still going to be a thing. Maybe they will do more than 100 though. I'm only guessing at it. Maybe they'll go with 300, 400 freaking outposts. I don't know. What they do though, what they do, I don't think will overcrowd the system.
Can't hear. I'll be tracking your progress on the bounty. Watch yourself out there.
What are the chances that player housing comes in after new Planet Tech? Well, technically 100%, because they will come after that. But yeah, just like P-Wolf took it right out of my mouth. It'll definitely happen. I don't know when though.
Get locked and loaded and take them out.
Vatra. Ah, it's your boy Dweemore. Wait, hold on. We got more people coming in here. We got a quartermaster in the system. Are we consolidating? I guess they're doing some stuff on the inner system. Well, let's see what Dweemore's doing. Hopefully the same patch. I'm hoping that we can see player housing. Player housing would come in with base building, I think. I think there is a non-0% chance that happens this year, but I don't think it's likely. I'm thinking base building might be the big focus of next year. It would make for a really good major focus after they've brought new people in with Squadron. That would be a huge kind of hype builder, a big sort of pressure building moment to be like, oh yeah, Squadron came out, Star Citizen's getting some additions, it's getting more stable, and base building is coming next year. Stick around, maybe it'll be really cool, you know? That's a big draw.
Auto drive is now on.
Deck 17 to right on the right.
Not ideal.
Not ideal at all.
Hey, boss.
Hello, Tomato.
Hello, y'all. What's up?
Well, it's been interesting.
Y'all, are y'all exclusively hunting blueprints in here?
Yeah, we're just doing different kinds of missions in Pyro, seeing what we can get. It's a bit of everything.
How's it going?
Pretty well, I think. Kind of mixed for some people.
Kind of mixed. Pyro is a bit of a rough system.
Yeah. Well, not just for the reasons they want it to be, right?
Yeah.
I realize that I absolutely hate quantum traveling in Pyro because of the way all the stuff pops up.
Yeah. Pyro's so huge as well. It takes quite a long time to get wherever you want to go.
Yeah. So we don't have anybody mining in Pyro right now? Just doing blueprints?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think
There is a separate group for mining specifically.
Yeah, well, I saw the Nix and the Stanton mining group. I didn't see one labeled on Discord for mining in Pyro.
Yeah, I don't think there is one.
Is it? Oh,
We have.
That's too
people
bad, I'm
hand,
trying
hand
to-
mining here in this group, but that's it.
Okay, yeah, I'm just about to visit a cave down here, actually, near you, Dweemore, but I was going to try and come and convince somebody to go mine some tungsten.
Yeah.
Because I've only been able to find good tungsten in Pyro so far.
is Frenchie's group not mining on Pyro?
They're in Stanton right now. But I'll probably swing by and bug them enough. I'll poke them enough until they agree to come over to Pyro.
Okay, because there's 6 groups, so 2 of them are in Stanton.
No. We're all moving around.
It's fair. Something also like we found out was we're gonna have to decide on which blueprint site we want to go to, or if we want to reference all of them. The one I thought was good listed the needs resources for missions for the Tobii Eye Corporation. Started doing them, and I was wondering why I wasn't getting in the blueprints. Turns out only a very select few of those give you the blueprints.
It's rep based, so there actually is rep rewards now.
Are you saying like you weren't getting blueprints from those missions because you didn't have enough rep?
Yeah.
So the senior contractor, yeah.
I see.
saw.
Oh yeah.
We used the website that Ava was linking earlier, the item fab.space, and then you can see that some blueprints only are handed out after you do the senior level contracts.
Yeah. Yeah, I found that SCMDB is the most reliable to understand the flow. When I went and did my blueprint hunting this week, it walked me right through it and everything matched exactly as on the website.
Yeah, it's funny because when I was using SCMBD, it was giving me incorrect information, but that was probably before they updated it, and then now it might be more accurate than the other one, because I was using SC Crafter, and SC Crafter literally just has like the corporations on the side, and it's like the mission, just the mission name, and it's no more details, but it's not quite reputation locked. I noticed that it's a very specific additional resources for research that gets you the P8AR, for instance, and that's the one where you have to turn in your Mondi eyes.
Yeah, the P8AR is pretty hard to get. That's going to take an effort.
Yeah, we're gonna. The good news is though, because it's in the if you think about it, if it's in the Onyx facilities, you can grind out the Onyx facilities missions, pop into your Mondi caves, knock them out, grab those eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to get that running here soon.
Mm-hmm. So at the very least, I'm grinding up. I'm guessing I'm grinding up Riari rep for everyone, so that way we can get those higher rank collection missions that do give blueprints.
Cool. Man, there's just freaking Aphorite everywhere. I hate it. I hate it. I hate Aphorite. It's the worst.
It's everywhere. Have you been in
like
the
out here?
Rockbreaker?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Found Aphorite there too.
Yeah, I'm saying.
There's like you could go to the deepest, darkest dredges of the worst parts of space, and you'll still find Aphorite.
Yeah.
Aphorite's the new iron.
Is it at least used for like ammo or something consumable?
I don't know what it's used for, to be honest. But I'm at least you'll be able to find a high quality version of it, right? If there's this much around, some of it's got to be high quality.
Yeah.
Don't know how much you guys have been talking to the mining crews, but that's been really the biggest challenge so far today is like just scouting enough sites for high quality stuff quickly that we can get our miners there. I think that's our next goal in the org is to like figure out what our scouting and surveying certifications are going to look like so we can start doing it more efficiently.
Yeah.
You got your exploration gameplay.
Yep. It's getting there. It's only hurt by the fact that once you explore to find something, you can't really do much with that info.
You sit there and wait for someone to come.
Yeah, the only by the way, I looked at the Aphorite. There's only 6 blueprints that require it: the Arrowhead, Custodian, Illumin, and there are variations in colors.
Wonderful. All right, yeah, that was a waste of Dolivine mining, huh? So, as you can see, going into caves to try and get good materials to do stuff, it's not super advantageous right now, and I think CIG seriously needs to recalibrate how these caves are spawning stuff, because I understand finding a general material all the time, but I think, especially in Pyro, each cave should have at least 1 or 2 spawns of something that's rare. Doesn't have to be a high quality version of it, but the more they burn people for exploring, the less people are going to explore. That's how you build the culture of exploration. You can't build a game that like hides everything away and then tell people, okay, go and find it. If they can't find it, or if they don't know it's able to be found within 30 minutes of gameplay, they're going to give up. They're going to stop. And one of the things that Star Citizen has always struggled to do is like to give people enough information to know that if they go out places and look, they'll find things. So I really hope that with this new way that they want us to start collecting materials for crafting, they start considering just how materials are spawning. Because right now it doesn't make too much sense. Dolivine on Pyro 4. Mine with Geo works good for high quantity. No, I mean, Dolivine's not too bad. Dolivine is not the hard one to find. It's Janolite that I am struggling with. If anybody knows where I can get regular, reliable, high-quality deposits of Janolite, I will pay the good money. If materials get too easy, what's the point? That's true. But if materials get too hard, what's the point? There's definitely a balance to it, but I feel like right now they're not hitting it. Which is fine. I'm not saying that's wrong. This is they just released crafting for the first time. Now, I hope that they can get the good information from us to tell them how to... Well, let's be real. They're waiting for Planet Tech V5 to scatter stuff. Right now, all they want for us is to just run through the process and make sure that the basics are working. Planet Tech V5 is when the scattering of resources will really matter, so we can wait until then. The way to earn money feels so backwards. You make 22k, 222k for delivering a few boxes. You make like 80 for giving up a few miserables by hand. Yeah, it's weird. Caves should be the main way for finding high rarity materials. It would reward exploration and avoid players finding one giant rock and never hunting again. You'll go back to mining for cash soon. You're really excited about the quality and crafting thing. You love the hunt, but it's too much. I also do love the hunt. But yeah, I think between not being able to save data points, not being able to do the refining out there on the spot, not being able to like set up maybe a more temporary spot you can do that sort of thing, like base building. Not having a market in-game where you can buy or sell these materials when you find them. All of these things hurt the actual loop of doing this. The loop itself is cool, but we definitely are missing some things to make it actually good. Alright, looks like they are heading out of the Pyro 5 area. What the heck is this? Why is there a small group of clusters so far off the plane? Look at how high up that is. Why have I never seen that before? Alright, I'm gonna follow them back and see if I can convince them to join me on a tungsten run. In the past 8 straight hours of play, you found only 1 or 2 ores above 800 in Pyro. I would say that's about around. I think I found a little bit more than that, but not much. Not much. I didn't find too much in Pyro. Rarity of blueprints. Most annoying thing with the crafting implementation right now is that you can't stack different qualities of the same material. Yes, they said it's coming with the next patch, but for now it's rough. Did they say it's coming with the next patch? I didn't even think they put a time on it. How many Yormandi missions you need for the Rayari? Yormandi eyes for the Rayari mission? I can actually look that one up for you. So if we look up the Rayari... Or actually, I think we could just look up the Yormandi. Thank you very much. Anonymous just gifted out 5 more subs on Twitch. Okay, I give up. I'll just ask. Thank you so much for that, dude. I'm gonna add that to the board. Freaking every day with Anonymous. You guys are awesome. Let's ask. Hey, Locke?
Yep.
How many Yormandi eyes were needed for that mission?
4.
So a full payout from the killing the bosses, essentially.
Okay, yeah, because they both give 2. Cool. Just wondering.
What were you wanting the tungsten for, Tomato?
To craft the Fresnel.
Okay.
Why?
I was just getting in the mining ship to do a mining mission, so I was thinking if I find any, I'll let you know.
Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, it looks like most people have gotten into the same channel together now. Mining Stanton, mining Nix.
Nothing's gonna be easy anymore. This game was never meant to be easy.
Oh, well,
I don't like it. It should be easy.
I'm not saying that it's not easy. I'm saying opposite. It's fucking too easy. It's too little materials. It makes it that you only need to go mine for like what? Like we mined for a bunch to try to get bulk. Didn't really work out. But even with what we got, like within the first like 30 minutes, like if you mine 1 SCU, you've got enough for like what 20, 30 sets of things. So it's like that's too easy. That's too little.
Was worth it today.
I mean, you're also
Trick is
have to
getting
remember.
quality.
Yeah, and you also have to remember we only have access to craft the smallest of items right now.
Yes.
So, like what we gathered today, it might be enough theoretically to outfit 20 people with high quality armor. But that took how many people for 3.5 hours to outfit 20 people?
Yeah, there's also the freaking refining of it. Yesterday we spent like 4 hours, 6 hours getting materials to craft Fresnels from the blueprint. By the time we finished, we got enough material and then refined it. I had enough to make 1 gun.
Well, if you took everyone that we had today and all just done mining, it would be a different story. But saying that, if everyone has all the blueprints, then that's possible to be done.
Depends on it. It really, I mean, there's so much to balance. Planetech V5 is going to change the way that mineable spawn, and then refining changes the way we think about consuming them, and they could change all the rates of everything.
I will say, mining to me right now feels weird. I think just because so many years mining with the old system, the planets don't seem like they matter right now. Because it used to be, oh, I'm going to go mine in Pyro, because I know I'm going to get these secondary materials which make the break easier or more stable. Now, because everything's always linked the same, it doesn't matter as much. Because like I know I'm always going to get these two materials together, so every rock breaks the same no matter what system I'm in.
Yeah, they screwed up a little
Which
bit
that,
with the letter
which
system.
that doesn't feel as good as the old one did, because like the old one you knew, hey, I'm going to go here because this makes it this. Now,
usually interact on Reddit, but good to see you on stream today. Like we usually interact on Reddit. Good to see you, dude. Thanks for dropping in. Just found 949 quality Hadonite. That's pretty good, dude.
I remember about like changing the scenery, not always being in the same spot for mining. Because I feel like you make more use of the system.
not really though, because now like no,
Okay.
because it used to be I used to be like, okay, I want a more laid back mining day. Okay, I'm gonna go somewhere with quartz as a secondary material. I want to go after some bigger rocks today. Okay, I know I can go to Ignis. They're going to be big rocks, but they're going to be, say, Corundum as a secondary material. So they're going to be pretty unstable. You know, so you kind of got to mix up what you wanted to get based on what the secondary materials were.
You're also forgetting one of the places people even go to. The Halo Belt, and it's 7 rings.
Yeah, but right now it just feels like everywhere is the same, and hopefully Planet Tech will change that, because right now mining, to me, does not feel nearly as good as it did before.
Depends a little bit on which resources you are aiming for, because there are more explosive things in that if you move them.
There are, but there's no real difference now between mining in Stand and mining in Pyro.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that was a little bit annoying how much time we spent yesterday looking for Janelite, only to then find higher grade Janelite on the surface of Microtech. It is really weird the way things are placed.
A few nights ago, we were struggling to find Hadonite.
For crafting items though, it needs to be cheap enough that your FPS sets are expendable. If it's too expensive, then no one will want to take it out at the risk of losing it.
I think
what do you guys...
got... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think also we have to remember, one SCU is a pretty large box if you stand next to it. They can't make a chest piece that you wear take too much material, because then the one SCU doesn't make any sense. So, because our base size is kind of, I mean, if I had to guess, roughly a meter by a meter by a meter, our base size is so big that all the small stuff takes fractional parts.
I do think though they gotta lower the threshold for quality to be useful. Like 500, I think is the baseline is a little too high, especially considering what we find is mostly like 200-300.
I don't think they need to lower the threshold. I just think they need to work on their distribution.
Work on the distribution. Yeah.
Because right
what do you
now,
guys?
Right now you're just not finding. You're finding very small scraps of high quality everywhere, so you're not ever finding like a good high quality rock, and therefore it doesn't feel as good.
And then if it breaks, it starts going into very small quantities of good materials inside the breaks as well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to cluster within the quality. It seems to cluster like iron will cluster with iron, but iron 700 clusters with iron 200.
Or with innards, and that's if it clusters with lower quality, it's not too bad because like you can sell that, or you can use it maybe for something else that doesn't require quality like in the future. What sucks though is like when you get like fucking like 2% of like high quality stuff with like
98% inert.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing right now?
We're calling it, yeah.
Okay.
Your groups also have the bug with good quality stuff just disappearing into thin air?
We more had us just desyncing up and down like 200 meters.
Oh, well, we had that before, yeah.
Makes mining real fun when your ship's bouncing off the planet surface constantly.
So it... whoa. So it's definitely a... I mean, from what everyone is saying, it's an implementation, but it's a bit of a rough one. There are certainly things that will help if they can figure them out. I still had the freaking Geist helmet. Where did the other helmet go? Was I wearing this helmet the whole time? No, or sales. No. Where's your store? Here we go. Alright, so I'm going to grab us a better mining laser. Not to say we're going to go mining right now, but since we're here... Impact 2. Offstead. Guess there's not great choices here. Never mind. You were lucky enough to upgrade before the RAM meant... Oh, God. Don't talk about RAM, I'm gonna cry. I need to get more Janolite. Actually, no, I need to get more tungsten. So...
Now, a big focus on players crafting their own gear. Your average has to be minimum crafting gear. Or...
Can you break this one, probably?
Quick question, mining folks. If I claim my mole, will it still have the lasers and stuff on it?
Yes, it will.
Yes, as long as you saved it. You didn't change it out in the field.
What would you like?
I did.
Some great new products. Come on and check
So does that mean I should not claim it?
Not unless you saved it now.
Man, this is a predicament.
Mitigated some of our expansion, but I'm resolving.
Alright, so I need to get somewhere where I can get a prospector. I think even having a prospector is a bad idea, though. I need to go back to Mike L1. That's going to take too long. If I claim my ship, I'm going to lose my stuff. We got 2 hours. Alright, let's just go back to Mike L1.
No problem.
Dang. I should just flown out here with the mole in the first place. Paint scraping and hull eating plus mining is your zen thing. You can go for hours, although you do see why most people don't like it as much. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people want more excitement. Yeah, I wish my mole was out here already. That would make this easy. Oh, it might as well just keep going with the Aurora. Probably need to refuel. Whoops. Okay, now I have to store the ship and bring it back up so that the refueling actually works.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Alright, I'm not going to deal with the game actually functioning how it's supposed to, so let's go back to the menu and just do it from there. We all know it's not actually going to work. You think for crafting they can take inspiration from resource management games like Factorio's Satisfactory and similar. Short-term rewards, building basic crafting loots, but always working towards a larger, more rewarding goal. Right. Yeah, I think, I don't think you're alone in that hope. Silly that they put out another ship without lamp. I gotta agree, it's not great. It's not great, I know why they're doing it. But... what do you mean claim?
Got some great new products. Come on and check them out.
Man, this game, dude, it's just so fucking stupid sometimes.
I'm sorry. Thank you to the valid request.
Alright, so we're gonna have to wait anyways. Also, we can just get some more fuel. Is there any way to do Headhunter or CFP missions without affecting each other? No. They are rivals of one another, so doing missions for one will affect reputation with the other. At least it's supposed to. Who knows if the game actually does that. You can check if refueling worked when planning a route. It shows the actual amount. To be quiet, I don't know if it really counts as fixing it if the HUD's still broken. Because it's still misleading. I never know whether or not I have fuel. I will try it out though next time.
Hey, what's up? Come see what we got. You need stuff. I got stuff.
No problem, Boncho. Might want to get a second opinion on that though. I haven't put that to the test in the game itself. I'm just telling you what they've said.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Please visit us again. Bye.
Sorry, couldn't make this Friday for the podcast. I responded to the email, so hopefully we can schedule another. Yeah, no problem, my friend. No problem at all. Saw the email. Mrs. Tomato handles our communications, so she saw your email, let me know. We will definitely reschedule for another time, man. Thank you so much, though, for hopping in. Hello, Deployable Lover. Do you stream, too? Can we give you a shout-out here? Where am I going? To the hangar? Oh, that's good. It's just how I left it. All of this just to get some fuel into my ship. Get your shit together, dude. Come on. At least let me open the door. We can do this together. Come on, open the f***ing door. Let me in. No, not that door. Come on. We can do it. We got this. Move yourself. My favorite. Waiting on some PC parts arriving over the next few days. Then we'll be back at it. Nice, dude. Well, can we get a shout out for the guy? Thanks for dropping in. Deployable Lover just started Star Citizen not too long ago. Put out a couple videos talking about his experiences. We're gonna have him on the podcast, and maybe we can even rope him into joining us in the org for a bit for a game session. What the? Oh.
But if for
You
Tungsten, you have like silicone with it, and then the 2 Hephaestonites, and I think quartz, and an earth, so you have like 6 in there.
Lightning, were you looking for a ship?
No, I saw you struggling with a small tractor, so.
Oh, well, I'm probably still going to be struggling with the small tractor.
Looks the we used the call to come back up here.
Yeah, everybody can come back with you.
All right, is it actually going to come up? Stay on the pad. Good. Good. No! No! God! Okay. All right. Okay, CIG, we won't use your custom-built game engine to play with your brand new built spaceship in your gigantic space game. Instead, we will find other ways to play.
That's just the way the game is. But overall, I think everybody got quite a decent amount of blueprints from this, which is really good. On the mining side, we learned the new changes, and we will adapt so it's not a snooze fest for logistics. If we do use logistics in an event like this, because it was not a lot of materials with high quality, but even then, it's still, since it doesn't require much to craft, we still gathered enough that like we can craft a bunch of stuff for people in the yard. But definitely next time, I think what would work really well is instead of splitting the mining team into 3 groups to 3 different systems, just have everybody in one group. And then that way we'd have more miners, because you wouldn't need as many people to run the main ship. So everybody else could be scouts and miners, and I think that would speed up the amount of stuff that we acquire, and make it that I think we would gather more things that way than having us split.
You don't understand why that keeps happening to me?
Sounds good.
Things just happen.
Great work, everybody. That was pretty cool.
Your
These things just happen, man. I don't know what's happening. It could be so many number of things. Looks like it damaged my ship.
It works sometimes. It's not as well as we want, but it's in the nature of it, especially when we want to do larger scale things like that, where it's not so much like CIG doesn't really facilitate it that well yet for big group play, so we have to kind of do it ourselves, and sometimes it's just the way it goes. But we learned, so that's the important thing.
Also, hopefully had fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My only comment is that the communication is sometimes a bit confusing if we have multiple ship crews in the same voice channel.
Yeah, with the mouse, yeah.
That's just something that comes with time, because unfortunately we don't have tiered comms in game, and we have to rely on Discord. The more you run with the groups in certain gameplays, you'll start noticing comm styles.
You'll hear the voices, unless we're talking about. Oh,
It's an acquired skill. Let's put it this way. You just need to, when you play more with the group, you'll see a lot of new voices and new faces here. So after a while, you'll pick up on it until we can get something better from CIG.
It's also as we get into these larger scale things and we need to split out into squads, we can consider using smaller voice channels on a case-by-case basis, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Biggest thing I think we can all take from this is that after 4.7, we're going to be operating differently as a team, as individuals. We will be able to start actually doing tasks for each other and focusing on acquiring things just because we actually want to acquire those things. I am working on, well, actually, we'll talk more about it at the meeting tomorrow, but the idea of getting materials, high quality materials, for if you guys need it for blueprints that you have, is something I really want to focus on over the next quarter.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting also to offer the opportunity of people selling their high quality materials to the org, either the other people in the org or to the org itself, so we can do org crafting events of high quality items. Because I think the gathering might not always need to be done in an event. It could be done probably like by people on their own and for their own small little groups.
Problem is, outside of an event, we struggle to get enough guys for mining tends to, at least, on to man like moles.
I think that'll change with the more and more of changes that they're doing to mining, and with the introduction of the crafting, I think more people are going to become more engaged in doing that aspect of the game.
Yeah.
Be good to make some kind of point system so you don't sell.
Yes, VoIP is still busted and terrible. It's actually really annoying. It's one of the biggest holding points of the game, I think. It'd be a lot more fun to get in and play with random people if you could talk to them. You'd love the chance to just somewhat talk to people in VoIP when out on missions? Yeah. You don't even know if somebody is friendly or not really in this game when you see them. VoIP can do a lot for that. Makes team-ups on a certain things more seamless, if that's the word for it. Yeah. Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 times I can count on I can count off the top of my head where I either got shot or shot someone just because it was a misunderstanding, and after that happened, we realized that we both were not trying to fight. But it's just so confusing in this game that somebody accidentally gets hurt, and you turn around and you're like, oh, there's a person behind me and I just got hurt from that direction. They must have shot me. That person can't be like, wait, I didn't shoot you, I didn't shoot you. They can just flash their light at you. which could easily, very, very easily be like, haha, you loser, I f*** your mom, ha. Well, you never know. Could be Halo 2 online lobby days. Is it easy to make friends? Yeah. It's so easy to make friends in this game. Also very easy to get enemies for no reason at all. But it's super easy to make friends. People really, really want to become friends with other people. The thing is, you have to kind of commit, because you can't just be friends in-game. Like, there's no such thing as just in-game friends in Star Citizen unless you're cool with not talking to somebody. And that's got to be one of the weirdest parts of this whole thing. Do people just have to Q and E wiggle? Yeah, Q and E wiggle is one of them. I think generally the flashlight, flashing the flashlight on and off, is more common. That's what scares you, trying to be more social. While I say that you have to be okay with not talking to someone to be friends with them, you very well can still do that. Like, if you don't want to have to get into microphones or in big groups like this, there are a lot of people in this voice channel right now. You've only heard like 5 of them, because most people can just chill and not talk and be a part of the gameplay. Catching each other's gaze while chugging some cruise lux together. Leg is halfway glitched through the floor. Your character is huffing and puffing. You hurt your arm, but for some reason you're limping. But you make eye contact and you know. Hey man, we suffer together. Gal, what's up, dude? Good to see you. 07's man. Welcome in. How's the org drama treating you? You all in. Your ADHD won't let you half-ass it. My ADHD keeps me from whole-assing it most of the time, not gonna lie. Alrighty. We are just jumping into every star system today. We spent most of our time traveling. Once you feel you are not a noob, no more you will enlist. Well, we have specific programs for noobs if you ever need help. You found a cool skull helmet last patch for the first time. You were so hyped until you realized you couldn't eat or drink while using that helmet, even when taking it off. Oh, what was that? That sounds like a crappy glitch. Setting up as many trade deals as possible to get partnerships formed for mineral mining. Nice, man. Yep, the trading is going to actually start to mean something soon. I really hope that we have subcomponents used in trading. Whoa, that was a stupid idea. Like chassis, trellis, sprockets, little things that you have to craft and then use to craft other things. It'd be cool to trade those kind of components. All right, now we're back in here. Onwards to Mike L1.
Nailed that multiple times in other events as well, so yeah, it's from a logistics standpoint, it's not difficult to figure out whether we're moving boxes or other items, but
I will say from a logistics standpoint, probably be easier to do prospectors and moles because then it's the same bags for everybody.
Yeah, or if we don't do Prospector, if we do moles and Golem, then the moles break and the Golem are the one collecting the items.
I think that there's definitely a good test to be done there and see how that functions. But I think from the logistics standpoint of moving individual boxes around, it is easier to stack those things. The mole bags can be a little bit prolifically dangerous. But I like the concept of testing both and just seeing what one works. But again, you know, COG will change something and then we'll have to adjust. It's going to be the way this is foreseeable future.
You enjoy the idea of the contested zones, but some seemed kind of busted if players just camped a room and set it up first. Yeah, the idea of it's really, I mean, it's basically an extraction shooter inside of a space sim, but there's not enough of a reason to keep moving. So yeah, people will just camp areas. There are a lot of choke points where if you have multiple people, you can basically guarantee that people can't get past you. The contested zones are definitely a good idea, and I'm glad they did them because just like with Hathor, it feels like they can do it and then learn from it and do something better. Hopefully to go back to that and eventually improve it. But I do think that the contested zones, just their design in general is a little bit, it's a bit rough. And I'm hoping that they come up with something better for them in maybe the municipal works or the depths that they're putting in Levski or in R-Corp. The good and bad part of following Star Citizen right now is that we have so far to go. It sucks to hear because it's been so long and it feels like we should have something much more along the ways by now. But at the same time, it's really, really good because then you realize we're nowhere near the actual finished game. What we have right now is a far cry from how good it's actually going to be. It just sucks that it's going to take a while to get there. That's always been the reality. Just 2 more years, right? You swear there was like one door you had to funnel through? Yeah, there's one door you have to go through, and it can be rough. Alan, for the first time you're on while I'm on. What a day. You're usually working during the stream. What are you doing in the verse today, Alan? Good to see you in here, dude. Fate said, looks done to me. Ship it. Yeah, still waiting on the resource management to start making its way into those space stations and stuff, yeah. Do I think 1.0 will come in 27? Nah. I think Squadron 42 will come out this year. 1.0, I hope doesn't come out before 2029. I hope doesn't come out before 2030, to be honest. If they try to put 1.0 out in the next 2 years, then it's gonna be gimped. It's gonna be less than what we want. That's what they want to do, though.
And I'll make the ammo for it.
Hey, anybody still sticking around in game?
Oh boys, what you need?
I'm looking for 1 or 2 willing individuals to join me on a tungsten mining run.
Sure. Yeah.
If you'd like to, you can meet me at Mike L1.
Okay.
I should be there in like 3-ish minutes, I think.
I think I can beat you there.
Looking at
Someone's gonna step on a knife or something.
Looking at the blueprints, there's also a good split of the different materials we can use for crafting as well. It's not just like the same.
Some of us are old. We want the game while we have more game. Dude, I'm saying I want them to get it finished quickly. But just looking at the way the development is going, I do worry that trying to push it out to don't fall for the same trick you wanted to avoid in the very beginning, Chris. Don't push it out early just because you need to hit a deadline. I don't want them to start stripping away the nuance of game systems just so that they can make it by 2028, you know? But I hear you. We want a freaking game. It's been 13 years. Like, I would be scared if passenger transport was not about keeping a passenger safe. What if to ship passenger transport, they were like, you know what, we're just going to give you SCU cargo boxes with legs, essentially. They come to your ship, you transport them to a place, job is done. There's no, they want a more interesting route, or they want food on board, or they need you to not fly a certain way. It's just a very basic thing. We don't want that. Passenger transport's got to be passenger transport, so I just don't want them to sacrifice that kind of stuff for a deadline. All right, before we get down there, I am going to, real quick, go grab some water, and then we'll be back when we get to the station. See you in a moment. I come back and it looks like somebody sent me spinning. Alrighty. Just checking on Mrs. T, y'all. We are out of the first trimester, but the energy drain, the nausea, it still hits. Send out your good blessings to Mrs. Tomato. Which way is up on this? I can never tell what's the top of these space stations. Alright, y'all, sorry for the wait.
No worries. What kind of vehicle are you wanting to do?
I'm actually going to be bringing out a mole, so don't even worry about it.
Alright.
Except unless you guys have a mole, because for some reason my mole has a broken laser.
I've got a mole. I can bring it.
Cool. Do you need some additional components for that? Because I could take the lasers off this.
No, it's just gonna take me just a second to put them on.
Okay. I can help you out.
Landing engines are off.
You hope the actor budget wasn't where most of the funds went to? I don't know, but one of the things that was in that financial report that I talked about earlier this week, I actually didn't put in that video. I was planning on putting another video out on the main channel to talk more about this stuff. And one of the biggest things that happened in 2024 is maybe not one of the biggest things, but pretty controversial, I imagine. I'm hesitant to just kind of say it because I feel like without context, what context is needed really, it does come off as a little bit of just a dig. But just to kind of give an idea of what they were doing in 2024 to make sure that they could remain good on the money front, the top director at the company, the top game director at the company actually took a pay cut. Hold on a second. Hey, Po Boy, are you at Micah 1 or are you somewhere else?
Crusader. Do you want me to just drop everything, meet you there?
No. God, I just wish my mole would work. No, you go ahead and do that. I guess we can meet at the Pyro jump point. Since it's going to take us a little while to get over there. Z's, are you at? No, where are you? Sorry?
I just did the system. I'm on my way there.
Okay.
Wherever you want.
You were coming to join us?
Yep.
All right. How about we just meet at the Pyro jump point?
That works.
Okay.
All right. I will see you guys there. Oh boy, you bringing your mole?
I am.
Cool. I am just flying around so much today. Okay, so in 2024, one of the top directors, or the top director at Star Citizen, took a pay cut. And it was pretty freaking big. It was, I think, about a 33% pay cut. But, and it took them down from, I think, around 400-something thousand pounds a year to, I think, maybe 270,000 pounds a year. Something like that. And I think that the biggest news that's going to come from that realization for a lot of people is just how much a director might be getting paid. I don't know what the complications of that is, and it does sound like it's pretty much standard for a company of that size in that position, but it's significant, you know, taking a big pay cut like that at the very top, to me, signals we need to keep the ball rolling, and I believe in this enough that I need to do it. Freaking not what usually happens, right? A lot of times we've heard over the last few years when game companies were getting a little nervous about their earnings, they were cutting the bottom, the QA teams. They were cutting the DEI folks, you know? So I do appreciate that they're able to cut some of the payment at top, but I do wonder how the community itself would respond to that. They need to figure out a lot of minor bugs. You were walking out the airlock on top of your Carrack inside a closed hangar on Microtech and lost health from suffocation. Dude, I still lose health from suffocation in this very ship. It's quite funny.
Take off. Landing gear raised.
The fact that a director was willing to take such a heavy pay cut speaks testament to their faith in the project. Could look at it that way. It's clearly so, like I'm betting that person probably could get a higher paying job somewhere else. Not like the game industry is paying out big bucks. Foxo, thank you for the sub, my friend. How we hanging? We hanging, dude. We just finished an operation in GII. Did a whole bunch of mineral collecting and stuff. I'll have to check with leadership afterwards to see what we really did, but now I'm wrangling together a couple of them, and we're gonna try and go out and get some high quality tungsten, because that is what I am missing most in the journey to continue crafting the most powerful Fresnel you can get. We were also coming out of the C19 gaming bubble. I think a lot of game companies took a few years to recover and normalize after the weirdness that was 21 through 23. Definitely. Absolutely. CIG also was in a sticky situation because they bought a lot of stuff. They bought Turbulent in 2023. They have done a lot of they expanded their studios. They leased a space in Manchester. They built themselves a soundstage. They hired a bunch of employees. And they have been burning money to get Squadron 42 delivered. So I think they were wanting to see Squadron come out earlier, and that's been a little bit rough for them, and 2024 was a little bit more difficult because of that. What else happened in 24? One of the board members also resigned in 2024. Not really that well known just yet. It actually was very, very casually mentioned in this financial report. Obviously, there haven't been any official announcements of that. For a lot of you, this might be the first you're hearing of it. It was certainly the first I heard of it, and it'll be on the video I make about this, but that was also something that just kind of happened in 2024. So a lot was going on then. If you don't remember, 2024 was the year that they wanted to have the release gala, I believe, for Squadron 42, if I'm not mistaken. I do believe that was the year, right? Or is that 25? I don't remember. One of the years they wanted to do a gala, and they couldn't because, I mean, Squadron wasn't releasing, but also I think probably saving some money, saving CitizenCon money last year. Just in general, I think they're running very efficiently, lean. A lot of folks think that they're just raking in cash and sitting on it. They're not. They have $5 million in their savings. They've got a minimum $32 million in liabilities right now that investors could pull. It's not like they are sitting on a bunch of cash. So, Squadron 42 is important. That much is clear. And the company has been doing a lot to make sure they can make it to that Squadron launch. And I think that last year's funding was probably a really big deal in making sure investors knew they could do that. It's just kind of a rant. It's not, I have no real big point to make here. I'm just talking with just quantum travel talk, you know. Who was the board member that resigned? I don't remember who, but he only resigned from the board. He's actually still part of the company. I believe as a director. So he didn't leave the company itself. He only left the board, probably because he didn't want to deal with all the responsibilities of board work. He still likes the project and still wants it to work, but didn't want to be on the board. All of this coming from my perspective. I'm looking for somebody who knows this a little bit better than me so we could talk about it, and then I can make a video on it. Because this is interesting stuff, but it's pretty deep financial information. Squadron 42 is a PC-only game, but I believe it's coming to... I believe it's going to be playable on the next Xbox. Which might sound... Oh! Which might sound like a hot take at first, but the next Xbox is going to play PC games, so it's not that crazy. Still, a lot of people are really in denial about that. And they could always develop it for other consoles too, like the PlayStation. I think it would be a very good idea to do that, but we'll see if they do. Resigning from a board of directors doesn't have to mean anything for the company itself, could be an entirely personal decision. It could be. It absolutely could be a personal decision. I will say this, though, he has been working hand in hand with Chris, I think, since the 2000s. So, whatever reason it might be, it is a big change for him, at least, I imagine. I have found that DLSS is still the best upscaler, yeah. Should they make AC available on console? I think AC should be available everywhere. I think Arena Commander should be anywhere they can, because that's the Trojan horse. That's the Battlefield 2142 spiritual successor. Doesn't have to be, but like if you make the right content and trailers and stuff to promote Arena Commander, you could very much capture the Battlefield crowd. And if you launch that for free on Steam and Xbox Marketplace, and you let people play some freaking new age Battlefield 2142 for a couple days for free, and then you told them, hey, you like that warfare you're doing? You like those spaceships you got to fly up to the station? You like the vehicles you're driving around in this map? What if we told you you could do that in 5 different star systems with your friends and make money in tons of different ways doing it? That'd be the best possible sales pitch for Star Citizen. In my opinion. It will also attract probably not the kind of people necessarily that Star Citizen is supposed to attract. So you do have to be careful about doing something like that. But I think there are a lot of people who would like a game like this that don't know they would. Me being one of them. I'm not an MMO player. I would not have looked at an MMO that was in space. I would have looked at Squadron, and I probably would have looked at Arena Commander. I wouldn't have looked at Star Citizen before I started playing this. It was just kind of a leap of faith, I guess, to try it out. Yeah, FPS gameplay in Star Citizen feels junky, and definitely it's not great. I'm not talking about doing this now. I'm talking about doing it when the game's ready for a wide release. Be a bad idea right now. Star Citizen is too slow-paced for most people who like gaming. Dog, have you heard of the cozy gaming revolution? 4X games, RTS games. There's a lot of games that focus on long-term payoff. I do agree most freaking twitchy FPS players and extraction shooter folks probably aren't going to be into it, but I think a lot of people really want a life sim. They just want a game where you don't have to do any particular thing. You just get to exist and make money. Why GTA Online is so successful. You don't get what quantum travel isn't just 2 times more fast, for example. If quantum travel was too fast, there would be no way for you to isolate people. So like, if you had a major operation in space and a pirate happened to find that operation, you get no benefit from having put that operation way out in space if they lower the time of quantum travel. Suddenly, It doesn't matter how big the star system is. If a pirate finds you, his friends are going to show up immediately and kill you. You don't have a chance to benefit from the space that you built for yourself. So instead of lowering the speed of quantum travel, their solution is to expand the density of points of interest. So there's just more to do around a planet. You have to quantum travel less places. All the mobile games you need to wait days to level something up. Please God, CIG, don't follow mobile games. If you could be everywhere instantly, then you can get away too quickly without consequences. Yeah, or to someone to support them too quickly. There's got to be some kind of space. They just really need to add more stuff in the different corners of the game.
Your vehicle has been moved to please visit us again. Goodbye.
All right, so we're just gonna be waiting for Po Boy. Looks like he's almost here. It's a fair defense. At the same time, you really don't enjoy being able to effectively do nothing while jumping for 5 minutes in a fighter.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
When I first pulled up my mole, it was glued to the floor.
Oh, dude, no problem. Star Citizen takes time for things. Like I'm never gonna rush people getting ships to get ready in this game.
I was like, put on VTOL, threw afterburners on, went nowhere.
Oy. Now you got to do a little dance. Pray to Chris. Buy a ship. Yeah, I think you definitely need to be able to do things while you're sitting in your ship. I agree with you there, Walvis. Like having a Mobiglass app that like links into the local news stations or lets you manage your assets from afar, lets you look at the market on time. Maybe you can look at your achievements. Like you just need more to be able to do in your downtime for sure. I am with you on that. You can see the mobile game long timers for ship crafting and base building. Look, I know I'm not the only one who has read the very much the possibilities from a fairly reliable source that they will include things like that in there, or they might include things like that in their optional subscription. At the very least, that's a possibility for them. I don't know if they're gonna do it, but the idea of getting benefits in the game from time-gated stuff because you pay the optional subscription, that won't surprise me if it ends up being a thing, and I hate it. I do. But I don't know how far it would go if they did decide to do that. How long have I been playing? This update, I have probably played for, let's see, probably about 3 hours today. 9 hours yesterday. Nine hours on Thursday, so that's 21, and probably like an hour on Wednesday. Like 23 hours so far. And I'll say, like, stability wise, it's about as annoying as they usually are, but it does okay. Better than a lot of other patches so far, and considering how big of a change crafting and the whole mining change are, at least they didn't break the rest of the game. Yeah, day one was pretty bad though. Issue is that CIG's been striving to appeal to extraction and combat games for a while now, and those guys hate waiting to fire a gun. Yeah, I get that combat is really easy to market for, but they are starting to, I think, lead people to understand this game as something it's not. a lot of people who play this game, if you ask them now, would say that they believe it is becoming a combat game. And I think it's not true, but it could end up hurting Star Citizen in the long term if they don't start to combat against it. No pun intended. All right, boys.
Ready to roll?
Y'all ready to eat some rocks? Lick some boulders?
I tell you want to go to Pyro?
Yeah, boy. Can't spell tungsten without tongue. Not super relevant. I just thought I'd mention that. Koj suggested a poll in the stream. He said, "Do you think we are finally going to get the new social system in 4.8? The current system is still a museum artifact that has been in a life support state for many years." That's something I need to cover soon. I think that we might see the new chat in 4.8. And then I think the looking for group change will be after that, probably 4.9. And then I think we might even possibly see org tools by the end of the year. But, don't hold me to it. Because it's social tools. God knows what they're going to do there. Best way to combat against it is to make the other game loops. It is. You're right, Gunslinger. And I think they've been doing that. The problem is, over the last 2 years, most people would say combat has been the focus, and it feels like combat is going in that direction. But if you think about it, over the last 2 years, industry's been the focus. Since 3.18, like before 3.18, the only missions we would get in the game would be to deliver boxes, literally, singular boxes, not cargo, okay? We didn't have cargo hauling until last year, which is insane. But delivering singular boxes or going somewhere to fight people. That was like 90% of the missions in the game. Since then, since 4.0, we got the cargo refactor, which allows us to move things in and out of boxes. We got salvaging, both hole scraping and salvage crunching. We got the ability to move components, which helps with salvage, but also like just general maintenance of ships. Obviously, the engineering with that added maintenance as well. We got the, they split out mining from FPS, vehicle, and ships, which created new loops on their own because you don't actually go for the same stuff anymore. They introduced industrial-focused mechs. The Atlas and the Atlas Geo are both, I think, pretty nice expansions to their gameplay. They've started to release more industrial-focused ships. Like the whole series, last year we got the starter ships for mining. We got a starter ship for crafting. We got a starter ship for cargo hauling. We got the first generalist ship, which had no focus on combat, outside of having a couple of guns. It had a medical bed and engineering panel and a crafting bench on it. Like, there is a freaking ton of industrial stuff going on. But because the big ticket flashy items and the trailers have combat in them, the perception is shifted. So I think CIG themselves in terms of development is on a good path. Like, I think they're working on the right game loops. I think they're doing the right things. I just think the way that they market the game, and the fact that the big headline releases like Hathor and Rockcracker and Stormbreaker have combat in them, then people are convinced it's all combat. Most people don't even know there was a mining update last year. There's also a medical update. That was they did a medical update last year too, and released the medical ship. So it's there. It's just not getting the attention quite the same. Do you think we'll see a Genesis planet this year? Yeah, absolutely. These young developers aren't nerdy enough. They lean too hard into thinking pew pew is the only fun. I think it's too easy to label folks like that. I think combat has still just been the most easy thing to do. I do agree we don't have to shoot at everything, but I don't think that's necessarily due to the developer's own personal philosophies.
Do you like to jump somewhere?
Yeah, I would. I think the best. Well, I was trying around Pyro 5 before. Like Pharaoh and Igni have some good stuff.
Okay.
But I do wonder if there's any tungsten anywhere else in the system. Oh, I can't see anything. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Monox. Oh man, I hate this star map. CIG, how did you manage to get me to hate the new star map too? Monox does not have tungsten. Pyro 1? Nope. Not Bloom.
I mean, we can just hit Pyro 5.
Wow. Yeah, I guess we have to. Is Pyro 5 the only listed place with tungsten in the game right now? That's pretty crazy.
Oh, that's fine.
That actually means this gun is going to be kind of rare to get crafted like this. Ooh, Terminus does have Janolite though. That's good to know. So yeah, basically I need to get Janolite, Tungsten, and what's the third one? Gold. But Tungsten has proven to be the hardest so far.
Okay.
How's the mining stuff been treating you guys?
Yeah, we had a pretty good run. I mean, I was on rig ship, so we had
good place to be for mining.
Yeah, we had you know, a competent crew. So
how do you feel it like, do you feel like it's any different than it was before this update?
Oh, absolutely. It's no longer about just making money. It's about, you know, finding the top tier quality, and it's right now it feels a little bit small, but I don't know how that factors in through the entire production of equipment loot or loot.
Whoa. Wait. Stop and turn around. I'm being told we can find tungsten around Arc L1, L2, and L5. That's going to be a lot easier to get back to Mike L1.
Okie doke.
Sorry to take us all this way.
No,
but thank you,
fine.
Zombri. Yeah, if you found 999 gold, I'm jealous, and I want in on that. I want in. That's insane. That's possible?
Let's go back via the next system.
Oh my god. But yeah, I feel what you're saying, Po Boy. What's like the best stuff you found so far?
We were finding some pretty high levels of what was that? The new stuff, the torite or whatever it's called.
Okay, yeah. A lot of that Nyx. Did you find it? Oh yeah, you guys were in Nyx.
Yeah, we were in Nyx. We found some gold. Nothing spectacular. A lot of corundum. I'm listening to myself on your stream, and I realize how Texan I sound. I apologize.
Where are you from?
Texas.
Well, that makes sense then. I think you should sound Texas. Sound Texas. One thing that would likely fix a bunch of current problems is adding in the public guilds and locking blueprints behind that instead of this current system that doesn't make much sense. We do need to be able to earn guilds from people. I would have expected a mission giver to have come in the game with the blueprints just to be that kind of thing, but weird. You were playing a game that was kind of like this, but way less interactive. It does sound like Star Wars Galaxies, what you're describing, which people were saying was like the freaking gold standard of the 2000s. No, I didn't see there was a race going on with that mode. They're probably doing their System 7 right now, eh? You're more surprised that if you're mining, why are you not doing the QV breaker stations and nicks? It's just the mission, but the asteroid belt around every station has a bit of everything with higher consistent qualities than other places. Mostly because I didn't know that. They don't tell you that. And that's kind of the pain of playing Star Citizen. Like, even if this is what's going to stop people from doing this stuff, because it's cool that we've got crafting. It's great that we've got materials to go find, but it's that age-old problem with Star Citizen. If you want to get something done, in order to do it, you still have to go outside of the game. You can't just, like, type in here, gold, and see a heat map of where gold is known to show up. Or at least go buy that information from some space station. It just doesn't exist. It's not Star Wars? Huh. Star Wars wasn't a name in gaming then. I mean, I feel like Star Wars got pretty big in like the 80s, 90s for gaming. Weren't like the Jedi Starfighter games from back in the 90s? But yeah, maybe it wasn't Star Wars. I wonder what it was. Do you think data running will fix that? No. I think the only thing that's going to fix that is CIG getting us the actual ability to see that stuff. Until that stuff's in game, I don't think anything will fix it. Although, they'll have to move it in game for data running to work how we want. Forever since you played SC, you feel as though you've fallen very far behind. Well, don't worry, you've got plenty of time to catch up. He's in the mining laser. Love that for you, Z's. .45, so maybe we are all reborn. Oh, if there's one thing to never do in Star Citizen, it's to believe you're the oldest person in the room. There's always somebody older in the Star Citizen community, let me tell you.
You say ARC L1?
Yeah, ARC L1, L2, and L5. I guess L1 makes the most sense, though. You're a teenager around here? I mean, yeah. We, like, regularly have people in the 80s and 90s playing this game with us. John Citizen was, oh, man. Can't remember how old he was, but we were playing very, very regularly. Sometimes still pops up on the stream here to talk. They actually, he's part of the group. Him and a couple other people who were the older crowd in our org actually kind of split off and made their own old guys group, and they play on their own now. But you'll find a lot of people like that who are getting into this game. I mean, this is a great game, I think, for anybody really. Any age, you can find something to like about this game. Even as a little kid, dude. Just looks pretty. You chose video games for Lent. Bro, why hurt yourself like that? That's funny. Best of luck to you, dude. You're at 17? There you go. I think I might have found out about this game around when I was 17. I found out about it in 2013. So no, not 17. I would have been 21. Your boss 12 years ago put you onto this when he was working at Micro Center? When you were working there? Yeah, this is my retirement plan. Look, I know I'm not going to be part of these groups of people who are getting out of space in this century. You know it's happening already, right? Space tourism is a thing. By the time I am grown, and at the point where I would be ripe to leave the planet, I would definitely be still doing this. I'm not going to be on spaceships, so I'll do my retirement right here, thank you. Probably safer anyways. All right. Let's get that proverbial gold.
All right, I'm just going to make sure my energy is where it needs to be.
Ooh, you gave me a stampede. Nice.
So I've got, yeah, Helix down there with the Stampede. I got a Klein on the, it should be on the left side, and a Hofstede on the right.
All right. Power's all good here. Let's be honest, dude. If we came from another planet and we saw Earth somewhere off in the distance, we would want that shit so bad. Earth would be everything humans strived for. Like, our entire existence would be based on reaching Earth. Pretty freaking lucky to have it. I hope we can get better at taking care of it soon. Rocks! I got something off to the right here, about 2 clicks.
It's debris.
Ew. Scavengers. Dude, why whenever I scan I see like massive asteroids spinning at hyperspeeds off in the distance? Is that actually happening?
I hope not.
Bro. What the f is going on? I'll be damned. There be gold there.
You need tungsten, you say?
Yep. Please be high quality. Please be high quality. Come on.
511.
Ugh.
$634.
Hmm.
$644.
All right, we'll take those two upper ones. I can't be stingy with my tungsten anymore. Not taking 511 though. Miss me with that. Ooh, these are big. All right, good distance. I think we're gonna need 3 lasers for this one.
Yep, I'm hopping out.
All right.
Z's, which laser are you on?
Left side.
Left side, okay. Almost pulled a tomato. Started hearing a choking sound.
Well, you should be able to move freely about your cabin without a helmet on. Oh, you got in the laser?
Oh, thank God I heard the sound before I did, because that would have been really bad.
Yeah, that'll mess you up. Alright, you want to hop on full power? You guys both go full, and then I'll start ramping up.
At full.
Roger that. Rising. 40. 50%. 60.
Before you pop a
7.
stampede, I can get us closer.
No, we're getting some power. I'm at about 80%. We're going. Come on. Come on. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I think we can get this without anything.
Yeah, this looks like a real stable rock, you know, once you get the power to it.
Yep. I mean, we got a massive freaking optimal window there. That's nice. Look at that. We couldn't overcharge this if we wanted to. Solid. All right, nothing below 600. I think we got all the high quality tungsten here. Oh, it's a 644. I hate that we collect the, like, if you have 700 tungsten and 400 tungsten in a rock, you can't not collect the 400, so at the end of the day, it still lowers your quality. Like, I want to filter out the lower quality tungsten, you know?
Right. No, absolutely. That's what we were running into in Nick. Same thing.
Anybody think they can help me with this rock over here without moving the ship? You're a little out of their range, but maybe we can do it. No, I think we're too far. Dang. I'll go move us. You stay in the seat.
Oh, okay.
Because, yeah, if you're flying, you should be in this seat.
Honestly, I prefer doing the hostage. It's king of second breaks.
I'll take care of the piloting then, so you don't have to run so far.
Okay.
Sorry in advance.
I got your promise, though, right? Not a scratch.
Of course. No damage at all after insurance picks up the bill. Oh, nice. Y'all already got this taken care of.
So you saying when you put these in a refinery, it just swirls it all together and you get an average?
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. You actually can separate them when you refine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that was my bad. I was thinking in the collection process, I'd like to refine it out.
I got you.
All right, I think we're good here. Let's go see if we can find a couple more deposits. But this is actually not a bad first find. What missions give blueprints as rewards? A lot of them. If you go to scmdb.net, that'll actually show you all of the blueprints and the requirements for getting them. Neolon, you talking about Star Wars Galaxies? Alrighty, what do we got over here? Earth and Beyond. If we're really lucky, maybe we'll find some gold out here too.
Yukon Cornelius, looking for that gold. That's my 8 show, and I'm sorry, that's from the Rudolph, the Claymation special.
I love an obscure reference. If we get enough material, I'll make you guys both a Fresnel before we bounce out. Oh, debris, my favorite. I see. So the game you guys were talking about was Earth and Beyond, huh? Star Jump, I did get my camera working, but it only is working on the second computer. I actually use a different computer for the podcast, and for some reason I could not get it working on that computer, so I ended up going no camera the whole time. Unfortunately, my chat also didn't work, so we didn't have a camera, a chat, or you dastardly devil, leaving me behind. No, I'm kidding. I hope everything went okay. Is your kid doing okay, buddy? Oh, that's debris in the middle. That's gonna be debris, watch. Oh, no, it was Hephaestus tonight. Big surprise.
See, now we're gonna have to worry about a blueprint wipe.
Hephaestonite at arc L1, 2, aluminum at arc L1, tungsten at arc L1, gold at arc L1. Cool. Yeah, I hope the blueprints stick around until for good. Semi-false alarm, man. That's good.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming in.
I'm glad it wasn't
This is your captain
as bad as you feel.
Tomato will be with you shortly.
Fatherhood. Oh, yeah, fatherhood, dude. It's gonna just completely change life. I could see it coming. Atmo Esports, bro. What? Holy crap. The legends, the myths, the creators of the best freaking events in Star Citizen. Welcome in, folks. The people were probably watching racing. I've just dropped you into about the most opposite possible game loop. Nice, boring, calming mining. Right now, we are currently looking for tungsten. I have gone through the steps to unlock the blueprint for the Fresnel. I've already crafted one myself. It gave me like 21 more hit power, 28% decrease in recoil. It's crazy. It makes it a super weapon. So now, I am simply trying to find more high quality materials that I need for this blueprint in a mass quantity so that I can start making this gun in large amounts for our org and really anybody else who wants to buy it off me. Y'all did 2 races 1 and 2 today for System 7. How'd they go? Good to see you, by the way, Red Monster. How were things? Sorry we had to keep you so long. I hope you were able to get to your other engagements quickly. Oh, we love some racing. What's up, Big Flex? Come on, tungsten. Hit me up with the tungsten. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I know those are minables. Why aren't they showing up? Corundum. Alright, what about these? Come on, please. Aluminum. You were appalled, but they held the races for you. Well, I'm glad they did. They should have. A race can't start without a red monster. Zerafi, thank you for the sub, by the way. The Prime sub, 2 months now. Hope you've been enjoying the stream these last couple of months. It's been a weird time. A weirdie but a goodie. We're also 1 hour left in the streamathon, folks. That means we're 1 hour away from this Aurora Mark II game package giveaway. Make sure to get your entries in if you haven't already. And if you stick around on Twitch, you'll get some extra points that'll get you even more entries into that one. Comes with a copy of the game, the new Aurora Mark II, and some kind of insurance. I don't know which one. What's going on here? Everything keeps disappearing for me as I get closer to it. Like I scan, and I can see it in the distance, and then I fly over to it, and suddenly it's not like showing up anymore on my readings.
You want me to take a look?
Yeah, give it a go. See if you're getting more results. This is weird. Only LTI. Cool. It's a good deal. Been a long week, guys.
Radar power is low. Should we maybe up that a bit?
Oh, maybe that was it, yeah.
Systems activated. Systems on.
Toes. You like flying around SCM? The Aurora Mark II can carry a Geo? Is it like a tight fit, or is it the kind of thing you can actually suggest to people? That's a pretty big deal if it's not a tight fit. Like if that's a solid fit, that's pretty good. Tungsten?
Yes, sir.
Damn, that was fast.
678.
We can. Okay, we could take the 678.
And 723.
Ah, thank God we got at least something a little higher. Yeah, let's take those other two. And then we'll look around for a little bit of gold. If we can't find any gold, we'll settle for this. Actually, no. We should get a lot of tungsten because the refining process really kills it.
Do you want to get that smaller rock first?
Yeah, we can do that one. All right, pretty good distance. Can you move forward a little bit, actually? If you move forward, yeah, that's probably good. And we could probably hit all these rocks from right here.
I move y'all ever so slightly.
So you have to lock the cargo grid open.
Alright, who's at what?
I am currently at 30.
Got the weakest laser, I'm gonna push it.
Alright.
About 100 there.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll raise a little bit. And yeah, that's good. Alright, I'll drop down when we're in the window. Cha-ching, baby. Ooh, some of these are small. How powerful is the explosion of a rock if you give it too much juice? It depends on how much. If you overcharge it like really far, you can blow up your whole ship. It's pretty bad. So like if you go out on a group adventure like this, you need to make sure you have good miners in your ship with you, or else they might blow your whole... Like they literally might kill hours of progress. All right, let's hit that rock about 87. Oh no, that's the 544 one. Yeah, that one.
Camped out.
Roger that, I'm rising. 70%. 90%. Maxed. I'll lower when we enter the window. I don't think I even need to. Could it take out a Polaris? I don't think so. Man, we've gotten so much like lower quality tungsten in this, but whatever. Alright. I think that's all.
Do you want to take a look at that other big rock?
Nah, I say we move on, see if we can find something a little higher quality. Hobo, you've been losing every rock today. What do you mean? Like they're too big to crack? Shailisha, hello. What can you expect in FPS on a low mid-tier system? I have an upper mid-tier, I would say. I think with a lower mid-tier system, you could expect to get 30 frames regularly in space, but you're gonna start struggling in cities a lot more, and like in more concentrated areas, like the distribution centers and some of the outposts. Hey, I'm glad Blamsmith could help with that. I'm glad you were able to figure out what the name of the game was. Somebody asked, could you blow up a Polaris with the mining stuff? Nah. Maybe if you flung asteroids at it. Marco Inaro style. Marco Inaros? What are your specs? What do you consider lower to middle range? QV breaker station laser can blow up any ship. You're not wrong there. You find the
Do we want any raw corundum if it's high quality?
I mean, if it's high quality, yeah, we can check it out. Keep finding it. Yeah, you just gotta get a mining laser that's big enough, right? .56X and an RTX 3060. Yeah, that 56X actually might struggle a bit.
Some 702 in this one. .734.
Alright, I'll crack this 734 real quick. It looks pretty easy. All right, let's stick to the over 700 rocks. Yeah, that's a good one. Alright. That's the only one we want. So let's just go ahead and collect that stuff. Alright, we're good. You're on a 4090 and almost always above 100 frames per second. Only time it gets lower when they're doing a server-wide event. There are multiple Idris firing their lasers. Yeah, 3090 will be fine. $3,800X. I don't know the AMD CPUs well enough to know that. All I know is that X3D CPUs work very well. But Blamsmith has a 5700 X3D and he still has less than 30 frames, so maybe I'm even a bit off. What's up, Outpost?
Silicone in here. I have no idea what that's.
Got a little bit of that yesterday. What's the quality of it? 597. Love how you just can't tell what you're looking at when it comes to Hephaestonite because it's just blocked.
Yeah.
If we don't find anything here, I think we can go ahead and turn in.
Okay, I think that says 712 Hephaestonite.
Which one?
I think the left one was 704.
The one dead in front of us.
Dead in front of us. I see 570.
Same.
This one right here?
No, the one just to the right of it.
Oh, I can't see that one. Got a nose up for that. There we go. One Hephaestonite. I see. Oh. 542.
Ah, okay. This raw silicon's over 6. If you want.
I mean, we can take it. It's the last rock we're gonna crack, so let's take it. Ah, we get a little closer.
it's
Whoa, wait, back up. Well, we're not minding that one.
We cracked that rock.
That's correct, all right.
It's bye. All right, let's turn in. Hopefully I have enough Janelite to make at least 2 guns. We shall see. Since the last patch, it seems to you like it's very hard to find mineable rocks for your golem. You used to mine in Nyx, any idea? The rocks are bigger. Yeah, because the amount of material you get from them is now smaller. It is starting to, yeah, it's a little bit of a problem, I think, because they're going to need to figure out a way, they're going to need to start front-loading the starting areas with smaller rocks. And making sure there are still some that can be gotten by the smaller ships like the Prospector. Unfortunately, it does seem like that's kind of a problem with this patch, though. Levski gives you an error if you have refined materials in storage. I see. Okay. Buy a bigger mining ship. I think planetary, well, no. I would have said before that planetary deposits are smaller, but it actually, it feels like we found plenty of small deposits in space this time. They need to increase rep with Shubin dramatically. What do you mean by that? Like there should be more possible rep? Be right back, guys. I need to check with Mrs. Tomato on the timer. Alrighty, y'all. So, here's the plan. The streamathon will continue. We will continue to go for as long as the stream gets pushed. As of right now, there's about 30 minutes left, but I am going to draw the timer at 4:15 my time. Like I said, my family is coming over here, and I do need to prepare for them. They're coming a little bit earlier than we were expecting, so I'm going to be, I need to get ready for that. So, that's just a forewarning. Even though we are going to be signing off here shortly, the streamathon will continue. Okay. Here we go. How would it work? Do you want to refine it?
No. I'll pull the things off. I'll let you send it down.
Oh, okay. Just put them in the cargo bay?
Yes, sir.
I have to unlock the ports. Oh. No, I'm just stupid. I have a mining laser on. What happened to my tractor beam?
Workers' comp.
Hazard pay. All right, I think that's good. Sending him down. All right, I think I can do a pretty quick refine run on this, just a couple of minutes.
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about the bags if that's what you're worried about.
No. I want to get some refined goods here so that I can make you guys the guns.
Oh, okay. What kind of guns you making?
For now.
Oh, it's my favorite gun.
Nice. Get you something a little higher powered.
So Fresnel. Hold that trigger down until it gets real hot.
Mm-hmm. It's really nice when with these upgrades, it lowers the recoil a ton, so it basically just becomes a long-range gun.
Oh, I'm excited now. That's cool.
My butt must be numb.
My butt is very hanger. I've got the Hofstede laser bug in my ear.
I hate the freaking audio bugs. The quantum travel one's terrible. Mining laser sounds worse. My butt is a trooper. To be honest, I guess this is a good advertisement for the chair. But, yeah, my butt doesn't necessarily feel all that great. Wrong kiosk. All right. Corundum, Laranite. We'll just take all of this. What's the point at this point of not accepting it? We could use it for other stuff. We're just going to do it pretty quick anyways. High speed, moderate cost, low yield. Gives us a decent amount of stuff. What's the quote on that? 4 minutes? All right, what's a medium time? High cost, low yield, low speed, high yield, moderate speed, moderate yield. 13 minutes. Not bad. I think that's a little bit better. We'll go ahead and run that. All right, we got 13 minutes.
Good deal.
I don't think you can do anything in Star Citizen in 13 minutes. Besides maybe spawn your ship.
I'll be a happy man when they finally get the suit lockers working.
Yeah. And they want us to get in on that suit locker game too. Like they want us to care about putting stuff on their ships, but I don't think anybody's gonna try it till we have suit lockers.
Absolutely.
Guess in the meantime we can get our crafting station set up downstairs. Have you guys done any crafting?
I disassembled a couple weapons, but that was just to say I did something.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has please visit us again.
All right, I have a small hangar you guys can go to.
Okay. I'm rocking the space mullet. I don't know if it's a new hairdo, but it's good.
Yeah, I think so. I think they added that in 4.7. I haven't seen it yet. With suit lockers, you think you should not be able to sit in seats with backpacks or things on your back? I think, yeah. I think we should have that, but I think they should probably make more than suit lockers, like a little dock where you can put your backpack on the wall of your ship. That's like easy to grab. Oops. So many resources in here. Gold, laranite, Hephaestonite, borace, aphrite, dolivine. Stupid janelite. Glackosite. Okay. What can I make so far? Whoops. So in order to make another Fresnel. Oh, we got a couple other blueprints from today now. Ooh. The Monde helmet.
Yeah, those look interesting.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen those before.
I also have a chest and arm for that.
Yeah, those are actually pretty easy to get with the Onyx. Or no, never mind. I got Corbel from the Onyx runs. No? Was it Monde or Corbel? I don't even remember anymore. Wow, I have a decent amount of stuff to craft now. But the Fresnel, it looks like I still need just tungsten. I should be able to make, yeah, we can make several guns with Janelite we have, and oh, yeah, we're good on the gold too. Cool, so with this tungsten, I'll definitely be able to make you guys both a gun. Has it been 13 minutes? Come on! When there's a mixture of quality for the same ore, does it average out in the output, or do they organize and stack by quality for that particular ore? They give you that quality back. You have to pick every quality as its own refining process, and then it keeps that same quality. Currently, missions are the only way to get blueprints, correct? set up a full suit of armor in the locker, and when you interact with it, a timer comes up, lets you say 30 seconds to after you swap the clothes or whatever you have on you. Why would the timer be needed? What missions you have to look for? Easiest place. Yeah, I gotta fix my head. The easiest place to get to find out which blueprints you can get is scmdb.net. We're only halfway. Ah! I'm so impatient. Now we're just gonna run laps around the refinery for 7 minutes. Sounds like a solid way to die from exhaustion. To simulate change? Oh, I see. No, I think the immediate change is simmy enough, to be honest. Like, the fact that you have to change out of your clothes to pilot the ship is good enough. Hey, man. That's not safe, dude. Hey, come on, man. You want to get up here? It's not safe down there, dude. Dude, they have flammable barrels of fuel out here. In a fucking refinery where there's like sparks of flames and molten metal spilling from above. Maybe we should move that somewhere. Excuse my language. Sorry, I'm distraught with their seeming lack for safety here. I could visit I could visit the hospital to fix my injuries. You know what? That's a good distraction. Why don't we do that? Let's go fix our head. This migraine. Ugh, I'm over it. Yeah, catch up. It's almost all over, dude. Wrapping things up. 4 straight days of Star Citizen 4.7. This has been the most thorough streamathon we've ever done. Hey, I may be nurturing my arm and head injury. Like somebody who doesn't feel their arm and head injury. But I'm still safe about it.
Security, please come to storage room 3 right now. Security to storage room 3. Contact front desk.
Oops. I'm the most safest injured person ever. Room 3. What's up, Gumbo? How goes it today, dude? It goes. It goes. We're getting there, man. It's been a heck of a day. But we are finally wrapping up this streamathon. And I'm about to build out a couple of more high-level Fresnels to do it. Can I get out? Let me off the hospital bed.
Got you some lunch.
Yes, dude, a double dog? Off the hospital floor? Hell yeah, dude. Get this thing off my head and get this thing into my mouth. Wait, no, that's Take it off. Eat the hot dog. What the? No. Get the freaking double dog back into your hand, buckaroo. Now he puts the helmet back on. Oh. Wait, why did it sound like an apple?
It did sound suspicious.
That's disgusting. What kind of hot dog did you give me?
Double dog.
What was in that thing?
Nobody
Apple
asked
flesh?
that question about dogs. Come on, man.
When it sounds like that, I gotta do some due diligence. I like a good bite before I craft some weapons of destruction, though. It's just like food, dude. A gun is really all about the love you put into it. I'm stupid. I need to go back down to the refinery. God dang it. Refinery. Yep, 2-bit bandit. You were on it.
Clear Bay 3.
I wish I had a jetpack. Just fly around everywhere. Currently processing. Ugh. Alright, we're almost done. Ow. Smack myself in the head. Oh, man. You haven't mined a refine in a long time? Did they significantly reduce the refining times? I just picked the shorter one. So you can refine super long and get, take days on end and get a really high yield. I chose a fairly short refining period and it gave me a lower yield, but I wanted to get this stuff done quickly so that we could craft right now. All right. Goods delivered. Let's go make our stuff. Dude, I don't think there is a double dog blueprint. I think they kind of ripped us off there. What do we really want? A new ship from RSI or the blueprint for double dogs? At least if I craft my own double dog, I know where the crunch is coming from. That was gross. Vastin. Hey, dude. You say not much to it, a bun and 2 hot dogs, but what do you make the bun out of? If you're giving me a Hephaestonite bun, we got things to talk about. Hey, Grim. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for putting a sub towards the streamathon. My friend. Your homie. Listen, like I said, the time will still be ending at 4:15. I will be continuing the streamathon on Monday. However much time we make past that. What happened here?
What?
He's like, paint me. All right, it'd be so funny if I walked over on the screen here and it was like, craft Z's. Okay. We got some customers looking to buy themselves a couple of these nice here guns I've been making.
Toes.
I heard you came down to, whoop. I heard you came on down to my own Franel Emporium. I'm gonna cook you up something nice.
I did. I'll get rid of this trash.
Oh, buddy, we're getting the highest qualities here. 763 quality tungsten, 877 quality gold, 755 quality janelite. What you're getting with that is a Fresnel with an impact force of plus 12.6%, recoil kick of minus 21.04%, recoil smoothness of plus 21%, and recoil handling of 21%. This thing about to slap.
That sounds really nice.
It's gonna slap all the pirates. Oh, I gotta use another bit of high quality tungsten. Looks like so these guns take a lot of tungsten. There we go. Okay, we're gonna make 3 of them. I will need to select more. Interesting. Okay, so you double click the materials that you need. Okay, tungsten. Need to select this and this and gold. And the gold changed the impact force. Okay, so I actually had to use more. You have to use more quality for the different parts if you don't have enough. So you like have to basically select other quality of the same material and it averages out and then gives you the average stat boost.
Okay, yeah.
So actually, as hold on, I'm just gonna select best material automatically. And yeah, that's not making sense. Give me back the bigger. I had really big boosts before. What happened to that? Let me start over. All right, so we use the highest quality gold. Highest quality tungsten. Yeah, okay. Now, highest quality janelite. But that's not enough tungsten. So even like I did the highest quality tungsten, we have the 21.04% changes. Once I have to get another bit of tungsten to complete the construction,
okay,
it drops down to 18%.
I'm gonna be on for a bit, so I can go look for some more.
If I raise the numbers we want to make, you have to select more material to make it, obviously, so your average goes down. So the bigger a job you're taking, potentially the less good material you're going to be giving people. But I really like this. I like that there's some strategy to figuring out how much of a certain material you have, and
I know
we're going to need to stockpile a lot of this stuff.
I know you've heard
tungsten
this
for sure.
100 times, but yeah, this is SWG.
I have heard it quite a bit, yeah. And I mean, I'm glad it's going that direction. From everything I've heard, that sounds like a lot of fun. All right. Currently crafting 3 guns for us. They'll be out in about 4.5 minutes. This is the one I already made. You want to try it out, you can.
Hang on, I'm struggling with the inventory system.
Yeah, it's best to make one at a time, but even if you do, you'll still have to go out and get more materials. So it's going to be like, there's going to be a difference between making a bunch of goods for our org and making a very specific kind of good for high-level people in the org, you know? Two different types of crafting, I think. But it does also show that it's good to pick up any high-quality material you can, because you'll always be able to raise that average when you're crafting, even if it's not averaged when you're refining.
It's a really nice gun, Tomato. Not kidding.
Yeah.
There's no recoil. There's no. It's faster firing.
It's crazy. You want to try it, Aziz? When you like put a scope on it, it's basically just a high rate of fire DMR.
Nice.
I find it so funny, the idea of crafting a high-quality kill shot or pulverizer.
Yeah, it looks like trash.
You're like, you just got the nicest materials known to humankind, and then you go to craft this brand new gun and it looks like it's falling apart. Yeah, they're not going to be wiping the game anytime soon. I think if they were, this would have been the patch to do it. One more minute. Aurora giveaway will be ending in 5 minutes. That was rough timing for you to run in there. I was trying to get a thumbnail. I probably should have told you. For the next one when it opens, I gotta leave the front clear. Oh. Hey, sorry, I forgot to tell you. I was trying to get a thumbnail there for the thing when it was opening.
Oh, I'll get out of the way. Sorry.
No problem. As long as it does that opening again. I'm wondering when they're gonna do. It's weird that these guns use ammo instead of batteries. I wonder if they're just gonna try and keep all of the weapons from not being battery based, but some of them do use batteries, right? Like the Demico.
Yeah. The arc light.
The arc light uses a battery.
Yeah. Arc light pistol battery is what it's called.
Kana rifle uses batteries, I think.
Yeah, Karna, Gallant, Lumen.
You guys think they're gonna let those charge, or are they gonna? Is that a battery? Maybe it is. Oh yeah, they do call it a battery. Well, I'm the dumb one here. Because it always just makes me feel weird when I'm ammo repacking a battery. I'm not sure why that's a thing. Oh, Grim. Gifted out a community sub and Lurch Lord. You put your Prime sub down, dude? 16 months? Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. We only got a couple minutes here before we end things. Unfortunately, you can't see the stats of your previous crafted work, so it's hard to compare to what you've made already. And since you can't see, I don't think you can see stats in the inventory either. Right, so... Oh yeah, you can. Cool. Okay, so you can still compare to your old weapons. Is it worth it, $50 or $100, or do you just get a better experience on mouse and keyboard? Is what worth it, another CPU? All right, here we go. Oh, we got text on the freaking screen. No, the inventory text. Please leave the screen. Please leave the screen, dude. Thank God. Ah, no, it's still there. Go away. Please go away. God damn it, CIG. You can't win. I'm just gonna have to reposition. Alrighty, here it is. It doesn't move. All right, folks, come grab your new gun.
Ooh, thank you.
Ooh. Fresnel Emporium is open for business, baby. Anybody else in GII? Yeah, dude, this is a good gun. We're gonna make sure everybody in the org gets one of these. If you guys want one, just get in touch with me and turn in the materials, and we'll get something crafted for you. You can actually put in the order on our farmers market, and if you want to know more about how to do that, come to our org meeting tomorrow. We'll be explaining all the ins and outs of how the new farmers market's going to work and how we're going to start trading materials so that we can craft like this. Po Boy Z's, thank you guys so much for joining me for this.
Oh, I appreciate the gun.
Well,
I appreciate your help. See you guys around.
See ya.
All right, folks. To wrap things up, we're going to do our Aurora Mark II giveaway. Let me go grab Mrs. Tomato's computer, and we can do that. Okay, annoyingly enough, Mrs. Tomato's computer is dead. So I'm actually going to go ahead and pull up the giveaway here on my computer and see if we can do the pull here. Let me pull up the link. Whoops. I can't spell. Y'all got your last entries, right? What's the giveaway word? The giveaway word is, 1 second. The code for, whoops. The code for this one to enter for extra entries, your last chance, is MKME Tomat. MKME Tomat. Ah, there you go. You already got it. Perfect. Somebody added it in chat. All right, get those entries in, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end this giveaway. You have until I can make it to the webpage. I'm just going to log. I'm going to get off Star Citizen. Everything is so slow if Star Citizen is running on my computer. All right. All right, pulling the winner here. I'm going to take it back off screen just so I don't dox whoever wins. Oh, I can hide winner details, I guess. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. A Furious. If you are in the chat, the kids said, yay, dude. That girl said, wow, when everybody was clapping. Congratulations, folks. Congratulations on getting that entry in, If Furious. I hope you are in the chat. If you're not, though, we will send this to you. We'll email you. We'll get in touch. We'll make sure you have it, or else I'll force you to have it. Actually, if you don't answer us, we'll do another roll. To be honest, we'll do another giveaway. But congratulations on that. I think the Aurora Mark II is pretty cool, and it's a solid starter ship. If you don't want it, you could still melt it for credit towards something else. So make the most of that, my friend. And the rest of you, holy crap. That was, what was today? Today was like another 7 hours. That was like 28 hours, almost 30 hours today, this week of Star Citizen. We have wrapped the streamathon. Holy absolute what the hell was that? We're going to come back on Monday and announce the Toes Gang nominees, the MVPs for this quarter. You guys get your own little giveaway ships. And I'll be back just to chat, just to talk with you guys. Now that there's no more streaming every day, I have a lot to think about in terms of videos we're making. We got an org meeting tomorrow that I'm not at all prepared for. It's it's good times. So thank you all for pushing this to its absolute limit. We will be doing another streamathon later in the year, probably after the baby boys come around, or around close to that. I don't know, but holy crap, this was an experience. I'm glad that I got the chance to like really dive into 4.7. I feel like this was a good opportunity for me to shift from being super development focused first on my coverage to more gameplay focused first. It's something I've been wanting to switch Space Tomato 2 gaming, or Space Tomato gaming, more into, and the streams. So I'm glad we got to do that this week and really get into things. From here on, at least for me, the game changes. Thank you all for joining me for that. I'm going to pass you on to another Star Citizen streamer so you can continue the good times. Keep them rolling. Have a blast. I'm going to send you over to my man Paul. He's doing his own pubathon, so it's perfect. Hop on in there, extend his time, all that jazz. You guys enjoy yourselves. Have a wonderful day. Treat yourselves well. Eat something you love. Do something you love. I am absolutely over the freaking moon. Thankful to you guys for the support this week. It goes way further than you know. Thank you. I'm looking forward to making some good content in the spring and summer leading up to Squadron. I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good day. See you on Monday.